All right. Should be live. Got a tornado warning over here in South Carolina, where we have an area of rotation here south and east of Van Wyck, moving down kind of to the south and east towards Beaufort, South Carolina. So if you live in Beaufort, you need to be in your safe spots and also over here near Taxahall as well. You want to see, we have cameras. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully everybody is doing all right. And then I want to come over here, there. And then, do we have anything over here? Seems like the closest one is going to be, yeah, no cameras. No cameras in the path of this one either. But again, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning over here near Beaufort and Taxahall. It's associated with this line of storms here south of Jars, North Carolina, right on the border there of North Carolina and South Carolina. Our area of rotation is over here north of Shiloh, about to head into Unity. That's Unity, New Cut, Dr. Saps, Crossroads, Lingles Crossroads, Tradesville, Dudley, Wolf Pond, Coburg, Five Forks, High Point. They're all kind of in the direct path of this storm. And further down to the south, just in case, Beaufort and Taxahall, South Carolina should be in their safe spots. And to make sure this is up. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hopefully you're having a decent afternoon. Wonder if we'll see Mesivore. There's like 5 circulations and 3 tornadoes. It's like 3 a.m. in the morning. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you're talking about that one? Yeah, like that one that was like over here. Yeah, I remember that. I think it was kind of near Dyersburg. There's like 10 tornadoes that happened on that thing. That was crazy. But I don't think we'll see that today, hopefully. But yeah, further out there, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Augusta, there in Georgia, Burnett Town, Aiken, Wagoner, Lexington, and Columbia here in South Carolina as well. We might be able to get an actual view on that guy. Let me check. Oops, wrong thing. I know we have some near Columbus. I just don't know if there's anything south and west side of Columbus. Maybe this. Yeah. Might see something there. Across the state line from Lancaster. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's actually a couple of areas of circulations. There's another one back over here near Fort Lawn as well. So, I mean, hopefully we don't get any tornadoes out of it, but, you know, if you're in the tornado warning, I would be in your safe spots just in case. Just in case this thing tries to spit out on NATO. By the way, my last stream got limited in monetization. I guess because we were talking about, well, I'm not even going to say it. That's, I don't know. I think it's because of climate change. We were talking about climate change. I don't understand that. All right. Yeah, latest scan out over here. A little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning south of Columbus, Georgia, over here in southeastern Alabama, heading over towards Holy Trinity. That's messed up. Yeah. I agree. You live in Augusta. I think your storm might be Tor warmed. Near Augusta. Kind of seems like we got some side lobe contamination ongoing here, so I'm not exactly sure. It's definitely not tornado warned right now. It'd be nice if we had some sort of camera view out of Augusta. like southeastern Augusta, which we might be able to get. Let me see if I can get one of our Georgia cameras up as well. I know we have Georgia cameras. I just don't know if we have any in Augusta. We do have cameras in Augusta, so let's go check out that storm. I bet you that one looks pretty interesting. Where in Augusta should we should go southeast as possible. So like right here. May not have like a sky view. Ooh, this could be something good. Maybe able to see something. I would imagine seeing more than this though. It's interesting that there's not much happening on that camera. I guess the camera's located like right here, I think. So I guess the precipitation is missing it. Maybe we'll see it after it passes by the camera. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on across the board. Nothing too crazy is happening yet. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings up here with 60-mile-per-hour winds near Bedford. So just be indoors and away from windows with these storms over there. About to head into Rocky Mount as well. And then back over here in West Virginia, these storms, unfortunately, are kind of in a radar hole. We got to use the Pittsburgh radar for our northern storms. It's going into Salem and Clarksburg, West Virginia. And then we got to use our southern radar for our southern storms. Doesn't look like too much convection's ongoing there as far as I could tell, but that could just be like the mountains in the way there, making it look less. Let me see. No, going into higher elevations doesn't show anything more. So I don't know. But even though there's not a whole lot of convection, there could still be some strong winds with the storm. So if you live there near Elkins, Beverly, Valley Bend, Junior, and then back over here south and east of Snowshoe near Dunmore and Forest, or Frost, sorry, here in West Virginia, you guys should be in your indoors and away from windows on that storm. But so far, our northern tornado threat hasn't really kicked off yet. I mean, we haven't really had a tornado warning in a while up here, but we are expecting that at least after 3 o'clock to eventually get a little bit more organized. Warner Robins. You're good, Libby. Let me see where Warner Robins is. Warner Robins. Thunderstorm watch. Over in Georgia. Yeah, I mean, you guys got some storms around you. Not seeing much rotation on any of them right now. Just mainly some rain and some thunder. Nothing that's really going to be, super impactful there. But I wouldn't completely rule out, some severe weather. Latest scan on our tornado warning here. Looks like our northern circulation is still ongoing. A little bit weaker than what it was near Unity, but still has some potential there. And I'm still keeping an eye on this circulation that hasn't been warned yet. Seems like we have a couple of areas of rotation along this little area. We also have another one over here south of Rutgers Crossroads as well. Very, very mini supercell. I mean, that's about as mini of a supercell as you could get. If we got anybody that lives in this area, snap a photo of that storm. People need to see what that storm looks like in real life. Probably looks like a tiny little storm, but it might have like some random like mesocyclone, maybe even some structure. All right, are we actually seeing anything out of this camera? Man, it's starting to rain a little bit. Maybe we try going like maybe closer to Augusta that's like actually in like some heavier rain, maybe? On this side of the South Carolina border. Oh, camera's down. So we got a little bit heavier winds down here. It's not overly powerful because we're kind of on the backside of this storm right now. It is a little interesting area here. At the very least, an increase of the inflow is happening near Augusta, Georgia. But as far as like actual rotation, it is kind of hard to determine. Let's check on this radar with our tornado warn storm. Yeah, still a couple of circulations out over there near Fort Lawn, Lancaster, and Beaufort. I would say like in our tornado warned part of the storm, though, like at least from the radars that we're looking at, none of these rotations are like overly powerful, but I still technically wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with either of these storms at the moment. Thank you, Panda. No Jams for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Oh, Alexa has taken the #1 spot today on this stream. 75 XP. Someone keeps taking the top spot that I never see. Somebody named Olivia keeps taking #3. I've never seen them chat. Like, ever. I don't get it. I think it's broken. Whatever it is. I still understand. What is that, by the way? Oh, okay. So Livy is Olivia. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't show your like screen name and how it shows up in chat. It shows your act. You think the crown thing needs to go away? Are you sure? You're #2. still give it that means, but you're #2. And I don't know how you got there, but you've made it in life now that you are #2 in this chat. All right, latest scan, still have a circulation here north and west of Buford. Still not very strong, but still worth being in your state's safe spots for. What is this crown thing? I think it's more chats. The higher you are up in the rankings, and then the more donations you do. I still haven't figured out how to turn it off yet. Let me see if there's like a way that I can do that. Like just while live, maybe? Probably. Seems so. Automatic chapter, featured places, automatic concepts, tags, caption certification, comments, and ratings. Nope. I don't think so. Oh, there's a way to turn it off. Is storms going towards Glen Allen, Virginia? Let me see. Glen Allen, Virginia. Eventually, yeah. I mean, this is one of those areas that we're expecting elevated tornado threat. Really just going to depend on whether or not these storms can mature enough to kind of tap into the sheer environment. And I mean, they've been severe for a while, but they haven't really been too tornadic. But that could change as we go throughout the day. We get a little bit more instability. A little bit more of that storm food. Let's come back over here. See if we can find maybe a little bit of a better camera. Maybe I'm just trying to get you guys some sort of view of something. I mean, without these storm chasers, we are broke when it comes to storm views. We just broke. Maybe from one of these cams near Columbia, South Carolina. And the X is so tiny there. Oh, what's happening here? Got some traffic happening. Okay. Super interesting stuff there, folks. You're welcome. Yeah. That's what we do best. Get a random video of random stuff happening. Very rarely do we actually see a storm on the traffic cams. But when we do, it's pretty cool. All right, latest scan here. Our area of rotation, at least that got tornado warned, seems to have dissipated. There still is a little area of rotation here, but it's pretty weak at the moment. Back over here near Lancaster, though, I mean, that's definitely still our most prevalent rotation in between Riverside and Caskey. This is not the tornado warn circulation, but I definitely wouldn't rule out like maybe some tornado shenanigans with that just yet. And we still have a little bit of a rotation back over here west of Great Falls. Weird debris thing happening there. I guess that's in the inflow. Let me see how that's progressed. I don't think that would be where a tornado would drop. I just want to double check. Oh, it's kind of been consistent. I'm thinking that's just inflow clearing. There is like a little bit of an escalation on the DBZs there on radar, but see, we got a cam near that one. That's along 77, south of Richburg. Let me see. On any other way to like get out of that camera except for refreshing. Okay, where does 77 come out of? It kind of comes out just straight north from Columbus. Where's Pageland? Yeah, I mean, that's 77 there. There's like some traffic happening over here, but I don't think we have any cameras like right there. Yeah, it's south of Richburg and south of Rock Hill. Yeah, unfortunately, there just ain't nothing there. Ain't a thing. Ain't a thing that we can keep an eye on that. But I don't think it's anything. It's just a weird signature. It's not really condensed or anything. So I'm just assuming that that's going to be inflow there. Let's come back over to here near Aiken. Yeah, still not seeing a whole lot happening there. Still have some severe winds possible with this, though, with some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Wagoner and Pelion. Also, there's some stronger convection here that we just can't see yet that's coming through Columbia. That's again in South Carolina. That'll be moving down to the south here shortly. So if you live south of that, I would be ready to be indoors and away from windows. Back over here in Georgia, still just a lot of rain and wind. I do want to keep on coming back and checking on some of these storms to see if I see any rotation. And I'm not seeing any rotation right now on any of these guys. So nothing surprising yet in Georgia. I do want to come back up into our tornado watch as well. Yeah, not a whole lot interesting up here. Maybe a little bit of developing circulation over there near Buchanan. And that is from our closest radar. So a little bit of broad circulation there. Not super strong yet, but it's areas like that we need to keep an eye on just in case. You can see that rotation has been slowly getting stronger over time. So if that continues on that trend, it might eventually become something that we need to keep an eye on. Thank you, Guy, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wish I could turn off that thing. It seems like they're forcing us to do this community crap. So I don't know. I don't like being forced to do things. Let's come back in and check in on our tornado warning over near the Lancaster area. Let's come back down here. This radar. Yeah, I mean, this circulation is still technically trying to stay together here. It's kind of coming back a little bit, still a little bit on the weaker side. But again, sometimes these little weaker circulations, especially in the environment that we're in this area, can still produce some small NATOs. So if you live north of Buford, heading towards Tradesville, I'd still be in your safe spots out there. And then this one back over here is becoming A little bit more concerning there south of Shiloh. Man, that's the tiniest little storm there, but that is legitimate rotation. Just south of Arrowwood Estates near Gregwood. I'm hoping they're going to put like a new tornado warning, including Lancaster and maybe like Taxahaw again, just to make sure that the folks there know that you got a new developing circulation back over there, but I don't know. Click the what? The circled? Click the circled. What does that even mean? Click the circled. I don't know. Let's see here. Click the question mark that's in the circle. Learn more or turn off in the help center. Okay. That's helpful. Let's say opting out of the leaderboard. Go to settings. Sign to YouTube. Go to settings. Select privacy. Okay. Let me see if I can turn this off. It might just stay on for the rest of the stream, but I want it out of here. So maybe it'll stop it during this live stream. We'll see. Settings, select privacy. I don't see privacy in settings. Okay. Well, that's not helpful. I don't know. In the live chat section, toggle off the leaderboard by. Okay. Apparently there's a way. I just don't know. Oh man, that's like just like the worst. Putting my arm up here, that's like out of all the things I've done today, that is definitely what triggers the pain the most. Leaderboard for what? For like chatting? All right, latest scan here. It's just a way that you can feel superior over people, you know? You know, if your life isn't anything magical, at least you can be number one in chat. It's so dumb. The crown thing is so weird. I agree. I'd love different things to be implemented in the YouTube chat feature, like moderators being able to change titles and stuff like that. But no, we get chat ranking. Okay. North of Lancaster. Still watching this area of rotation. It is getting a little bit weaker as of our latest scan, but there still technically is a little bit there heading towards Beaufort, South Carolina, and then back over here. I still have this area of rotation near Tradesville that is also trying to stay intact at the moment. We'll see. We'll see how long it can do that. What's going on over here? What is this? This is in Augusta, Georgia. Seems like we might be seeing that shelf cloud now, at the very least. Like the backside of it, maybe? Larger no lifing in chat, yeah. How do you become number one? Spam like crazy. Just kidding. That's the best way to get blocked from the channel. It doesn't matter. We're going to be removing it as soon as possible, but I just don't know. It says go to settings and then go to privacy. But I just went there and that didn't do anything. There was no privacy in my settings. So channel, upload defaults, add categories. To settings, select privacy. And Lake Marion in South Carolina and Manning. Is the storm heading towards you? Let me see. Lake Marion. I'm assuming it's over here somewhere. No, that's Lake Moultrie. There's Lake Marion. This one is over here near Columbia. That one is heading towards you. What is going on with this camera? I feel like it does the circle thing a lot. Maybe a little bit too much. This is our best view, unfortunately, of the storm near Augusta. And there's no other view. I mean, that's our only one. I don't know why it's struggling so much. Yeah, there we go. This is in Augusta, Georgia. That's 100% true. Yeah. The only reason I go live is because of max velocity. And if you guys don't become number one in chat, he's going to replace me with James Pettis and Riley. And there's also a possibility he just puts his cat here on the screen instead of me. Okay, it looks like they allowed this tornado warning to expire. That was the most out-of-pocket comment I've ever seen, but that's creative. I do appreciate the creativeness. You guys better watch out. We're going to get replaced. But it's better than last year. You know, last year we were sponsored by Ryan Hall, and then he threatened to replace us with AI. So we've stepped up. How are we doing? I'm doing all right. I'm still in pain, but I'm just chilling. Honestly, just a little chill. Little area of rotation still over here. Let me turn off the tornado warning thing. Change back my title. The tornado warning has officially expired. Coverage. Live storm cameras. Some of which have storm, kind of storm. Oh. Video watcher, the fries are not in the bag. Every time somebody says it's time to put the fries in the bag, I always ask if I can stay out just a little bit longer. Please, can I stay out of the bag just a wee bit longer? We've been in the bag all day. Let's come back up here towards Virginia. So, yeah, that little area of rotation just went poof. These storms are still struggling. I haven't really gotten their act together yet. Let's come back over here to Clarksburg. Yeah, there's our mesocyclone right there. This is what's creating all that vorticity in this area. Not a whole lot of tornadic activity. But you can see the circulation here. We have a little surface low here. Mesoconvective system, mesoscale convective system is what I meant to say. You can see it right there. That's where the air is circulating around. There's a little frontal boundary it's putting off. And then back down here to the south, I mean, this would be the area. Let me see what's going on with our atmosphere right now. And for those that are just tuning in, this black area is a tornado watch. This little pink area is a severe thunderstorm watch. And for today's outlook, we have an enhanced risk out over here into parts of South Carolina, in North Carolina, and Georgia. To be honest, it hasn't really done much yet. This is, for the most part, kind of a bust down here for now. We'll see if anything changes, but a lot of these storms should be off of our coast within the next couple of hours. The convective coverage severe weather coverage has been pretty small at the moment, but still a little bit of a severe thunderstorm over here near St. Matthews and Orangeburg, but very well could have just put in a marginal on that and been able to get away with it. And so far up here, it's been pretty untornadic. So it's been a little bit weaker than forecasted so far. Put my arm back. Okay. How do we take off this dang thing? Now that we have no tornado warnings, we can put our brains together and figure out how to take off this dang thing. Where is the privacy part of the settings? Maybe it's like in the real YouTube settings, not like in, here it is. Privacy, mentions, turn off leaderboard participation. Your channel will no longer be ranked in, oh. No. It doesn't turn it off. It just turns off your participation in it. That's not it. I'm trying to get rid of it. I think YouTube is forcing us to do it. Advanced settings. There's got to be another setting. Permissions, community moderation. Maybe it's in there. Live redirects. Default. Comments on. Basic. Creator demographics. Agreements. Yeah, I don't see anything. Okay, I was gonna keep my arm up here. I need to stop moving it. And thank you, Diane, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joseph, for the $10. Thank you. Are there any storms in Colorado? It's a good question. There's some lightning. Yeah. Technically, these are storms. They got lightning, a little bit of rain, heading towards Fort Collins and Loveland. Let's go check back in with the smoke. Oh my goodness. Look at that. It's just so thick. Even some fires as far south as like Woodland, Caribou View, Providence Park there. Oh, wow. Look at that. Pyrocumulus. These little white spots, those are overshooting tops on the fire there. Those ones are burning really intense. Wow. That's nuts. And you got like 4 over there. It's crazy. Apparently there's like 1,000 fires in... Oh, look, there's one now starting in Ontario as well. Near Nibinamik. You guys think the United States pronunciations are hard. What the heck is that? Nibinamik. A new severe thunderstorm warning off to the east here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Alta Vista, Timberlake, Lynchburg, and Amherst. All need to be indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds. What the heck happened to my overlay? Why did nobody tell me? How long has it been like that? Making me to say Western Quebec names? Probably not going to do that. I will save myself from that torture. Sent how to turn off crowns. All right. We've got new details on how to solve this problem that should not exist. I will check it out. Am I expecting any tornadoes today? Watching from England. Expecting any tornadoes? No. I was hoping I'd see a funnel yesterday, but one never materialized. All right, so let me check the message. To be implemented in the YouTube chat feature, like moderators being able to change titles and stuff like that, but no. We get chat ranking. Okay. North of Lancaster. Yeah, Farah. I just did that. That's what I just did moments ago. That it only turns off your own participation in the chat. A little area of some sneaky rotation happening over here near Stoneville and Mayodan. This is, I think, in North Carolina. Yeah, just to the north and west of Greensboro. Would not rule out that getting a NATO warning if that continues to try to get its act together there. Also, maybe some circulations developing here as well near Syfax and Lowry. Kind of an interesting signal on this storm. There. That might be hail. Most likely hail. There. Benamik. Nabenamik. What are the chances of tornadoes in Lynchburg? Let's see. 40% in this entire area. So since, I mean, like 40 or why did I? Okay, maybe if I just use my right, nope, that doesn't help. Sorry, I just keep putting my hand down in my resting position and it like hurts so bad to put it back up. Yeah, over here near Lynchburg, maybe could see a tornado. It's possible. But you know, the chances of it going directly into you is on the lower side. But I mean, these storms they got a little bit of rotation there. So, in short term, definitely would be keeping an eye out for a tornado warning. And in fact, let me get a camera up there in the Lynchburg area. We'll put it here. Discord overlay while live. Well, I can do that. All right. Do we have any cameras in Lynchburg? Okay, so Richmond is that. And then Lynchburg should be due west, kind of closer to the border. There it is. We do have cameras in Lynchburg. Okay. About this one. Any sky views? That's what we need. We need to have camera looking at the sky. This is the best. No, it wasn't this one. Which one was it? Was it this one? I keep clicking on it, and I swear it keeps showing the same camera. There was okay. They're now all showing the same. Okay, there we go. And there's a little bit of sky. You can now see 1% of the storm. You're welcome. And I do really hard work to make sure you guys can see even just a sliver of the storm. All right, latest scan here south of Lowry, still an area of rotation, heading towards Timberlake, and not tornado warned yet. It's still kind of on the weaker side, but I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning eventually along this area of our storm here. It could eventually get something out of that. Also, a little bit of a scan, our latest scan down here, still monitoring the circulation near Mayodan and Stoneville. That one still interests me. Over here near Clarksburg. You know, typically these never produce tornadoes, but I wouldn't rule out, like, at least on the southern side of this circulation, where our vorticity is maximized, might eventually see maybe a circulation try to develop down here near like Clarksburg, West Virginia. Oh, there's so many cameras. This is why the bigger streamers get people to do this for them. There's so many cameras to manage, and to do that uh while live is like so much work. It's like half of like my brain power goes is to that. Here's a little update from Augusta, Georgia. Breaking news, there is rain falling from the sky. Yeah, we had a couple small NATOs in Georgia yesterday. We expect any NATOs in near Augusta on the South Carolina side? No, probably not. You know, if any tornadoes happen in this area, it'll be probably south of Augusta. After this storm scrapes through, there won't really be too much instability behind it, but a decent amount of rain is going to be funneling here into Augusta, and a decent amount of thunder. Also, seeing some stronger wind signals back over here near St. Matthews and Gadsden, here in South Carolina as well. Probably where most of our 60-mile-per-hour winds are with this, but I'm still not seeing any rotation with that. Let's come back over here and check up in this area where we've had a couple of circulations. Yeah, we still do have a couple of rotations up here, but still nothing like super concerning yet. But the thing about these rotations in this kind of environment, you really don't need much to get just like a small NATO. So I would still be on your toes, just keeping an eye on the clouds in your area. Never know. What did I do to my arm? Probably too much golf. I had to guess. Sun is poking through in Walnut. Okay. North Carolina. Yeah, today's interesting. It seems like these storms are just overall struggling to mature. Wow, this radar's velocities have not come in like an hour. That is an impressive lack of velocity data. I'm just not seeing anything. I wish I had a closer view on that, but I don't, because the velocities on this particular radar are glitching out. An hour behind. That's not good. There has been some troubles today with radar data. Apparently, some radar data providers went down today for a little bit, but thankfully, a lot of them are back up. Rotator cuff injury? I don't know. It's like no, it's like south and east by about 6 inches from the rotator cuff. A little update over here near Lynchburg. Still a couple of areas of circulation here. Still on the relatively weak side. Your biggest threat seems to be going to be those 60-mile-per-hour winds that are about to come through. Chester, Pennsylvania. Let me see. Chester, Pennsylvania. You guys are good for now, but eventually, you could get some storms up there. I think like you guys are just on the edge of that 5%. Yeah, you guys are in a 5% tornado risk. So definitely something to watch out for if these storms can actually mature as they move up there. But man, I'll tell you what, they have been struggling to do that.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued, apparently. Let me check on that.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
I mean, it's all the same severe thunderstorm watches, I believe. Maybe I haven't
A
shown
new
up on the app.
severe
Let me do a
thunderstorm
refresh.
watch has been issued.
Maybe they're extending them off to the east. Let me see if I can get any other data on that.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Oh, wow. That's a significant, or not significant, but definitely an upgrade here to this severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds now possible. About to head into St. Matthews and Eastover.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, I don't know. These have been here all day. I don't know why we're just getting the alert come in. I think we got some issues happening with the National Weather Service. Hey, thank you, DG, for the 2. Thank you so much.
Watch has been issued.
Yeah, we just got a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning out over here near St. Matthews, where probably the main core of those winds are back over here south and west of St. Matthews. Don't know. Do we have any cams in South Carolina near the Orangeburg area, maybe? That's Columbia. There's Orangeburg. This is apparently in those winds. Definitely the camera is shaking here, but this camera is not very high definition, so let me try to find a better one. Oh, wow. Man, there's definitely something going on here. These cameras are struggling to get service, but if we can find a good one, there is definitely some stronger winds happening. This one's got good connection. Oh yeah, look how fast those rain bands are moving over the road there. Only a stronger storm. Strongest storm we've seen today. Oh wow. Visibility just dropped quite a bit. Did the camera go down? And these cameras have really been struggling today. And that one's just a picture. No. Yeah, all these are just pictures.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
I don't know what to do about that. This one was live, but now it's a picture. So.
A new severe thunderstorm watch.
Bro, why does it keep doing that? It's so annoying. I'm just going to turn it off. That is so annoying. It just like constantly just saying new severe thunderstorm watch, new severe thunderstorm watch, new severe thunderstorm watch. It's like, geez Louise. Because we haven't had any new ones. I don't know why it's all of a sudden doing that. It's weird. Program's glitching out a little bit. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Sanford and Broadway for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is moving off pretty much directly to the east. So again, if you live in Sanford and Broadway here in North Carolina, I'd be indoors and away from windows. It looks like most of our severe thunderstorm warnings over here into parts of West Virginia Have been allowed to expire, but we do have this little guy still here, heading up towards Stinson. Back over here near Lynchburg, still monitoring a couple areas of circulations. We've got one over here south of Timberlake with this supercell that is definitely embedded into this line here. You can see that rain is wrapping around that circulation south of Timberlake, moving towards Rustburg. Only still worth being indoors and away from windows for now. It's broken? Yeah, I would say. It's either broken or weather-wise is way behind. Try doing another refresh. Yeah, I mean. Let me check Radar Omega, maybe? Are the warnings delayed today as well? There must just be like delays in information like all the way across the board, I guess. Yeah, look at this on Radar Omega. It's showing up. So what's up with that? Apparently, there's a severe thunderstorm watches that have just come in. So there have been new severe thunderstorm watches like in this area. I'm just trying to figure out why it's not showing up on weather-wise. It's bugged. Your news has a watch, but it's not on radar. Yeah, I don't know. Let me get a graphic for it so we can just all be on the same page. As it should have posted on the NWS severe thunderstorm page, maybe. No. Okay, we'll have to do that on Radar Mega then. So as far as I can tell, the new folks in it are like Savannah, Statesboro, Hinesville, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Whiteville, Lumberton, Wilmington, Jacksonville, New Bern, Snow Hill, Washington, Kitty Hawk, Elizabeth City, here in North Carolina, South Carolina, and parts of Georgia have been included in that severe thunderstorm watch. They were working, right? They were working for that storm in Houston, which is crazy when you really think about it. You know, you go to different states and you see how vulnerable these cameras can be to wind. And then you go to some states and it's like they're invincible. Let me come back over here. I still don't want to give up on this, though. I just feel like, I mean, this has been our strongest storm of the day, and we can't even understand what's happening inside of it, even though we got cameras all around it. Ooh. Okay, cameras are working again. Orangeburg, we want to be just north. That. Here's Orangeburg. So yeah, this should, one of these cameras should be about to get hit by these 70-mile-per-hour winds in South Carolina here shortly. Let's make sure we have the best possible camera. I like this one. This one's nice and clear. Lancaster, South Carolina. My goodness. Well, there was never a CC drop, but as far as I could tell, those velocities did pick up quite a bit there for a couple of brief moments. That could have been a brief NATO there. It's not super clear to be able to be like 100%. But yeah, that was unwarned. I'm wondering if they're thinking that was side lobe contamination. Very surprised they didn't warn that, actually. Definitely got to keep an eye back on that storm. It seems to be trying to do some sneaky stuff over there. We'll keep in checking in on that one pretty quickly. Back over here near Lynchburg, got some stronger winds now pushing into the Lynchburg area, so still be continuing to be sheltered in place, indoors and away from windows. That's all you have to do there. They haven't extended this southern severe thunderstorm warning yet, though. Ow, my ears. You're on your way home from Columbia, South Carolina.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, they threw a warning on this. That's interesting. New tornado warning here in South Carolina. That's going to be for St. Matthews. Definitely got some strong winds on the southern side here. Not too much rotation on the northern side, but sometimes with these, quick little bursts of wind, you can get rotation on the northern side, or stronger rotation on the northern side. So if you live over here near Lone Star and Somerton, I'd be in your safe spots. Oh, wow. Look at our camera now. Here near Orangeburg, North Carolina. This is just south of the tornado warning. And you can see there's definitely some decent winds along the leading edge. What was on that truck there? What was that? That looked like a missile. Imagine delivering a missile in 70-mile-per-hour winds. What that was. Yeah, definitely a decent area of circulation there. I would definitely be in your safe spots out here. I mean, it's not super tight or strong yet, but and obviously we're not seeing a debris signature, but that could try to wrap up. So, just be in your safe spots there, just to the east of St. Matthews, heading towards Lone Star and Somerton. What radar is that we're using weather-wise? Let me see if there's any cameras near Somerton really quick. Let me just check in on that possibility. Yeah, there should be. There's Somerton. Be just south of there. Hopefully you can find a sky view. This is coming close to Lake Marion, by the way. We had someone in chat asking about Lake Marion earlier. This one has a sky view. Might be able to see the storm come in here, and then if we have to do a direct intercept, we will with that camera closer to Somerton. GFS has a hurricane in the Gulf. I bet it does. When does the GFS not have a hurricane in the Gulf? Never means anything when it's, what is it, like a billion hours out, something like that. And La La Land. How many clickbait videos are there out about that right now? Tell me. 5 seconds. I bet you there's a bunch. Even though on the Euro, Ensemble, not even a signal. Check the GEFS Ensemble. See if anything's changed there. Looks like the GFS is back with a signal 200 hours out again. Again, 250 hours out, this means nothing. So maybe not. We'll see. But definitely don't take a deterministic model run at its word. latest scan here still seems like we have some, mainly just a wind threat here south and east of St. Matthews, heading towards Lone Star, but I still want you guys to be in your safe spots just in case there is like a brief NATO attempt. What are the chances of severe storms for Allentown, PA? Pretty small, to be honest, but I wouldn't completely rule it out. If these storms can get going, I think Allentown, where is Allentown? Let me just check. I think, where is Allentown? I've covered your guys' area before. Okay. Allen. Wow, weather-wise, is just struggling today. Allen. There we go. Yeah, there's a chance. It's not super elevated, but it's possible. I mean, if these storms can get going like the models were saying was possible, then you could definitely see some severe weather eventually up there. Florence. Looking like just some rain coming towards you right now. There's a stronger storm to your north, which is probably why you're asking. But the storms that are actually coming towards you is just some light, moderate rain. We check the storms heading towards Greensboro. Sure. Yeah, these ones over here near Greensboro are pretty weak at the moment, but wouldn't rule out these guys trying to rotate. You know, this guy's kind of trying to rotate. It's more of just a wind thing right now near Wentworth, heading towards Reedsville. Not too much rotation there. The main thing I would say is probably the rain and thunderstorms, unless that really tries to get, back going again. By the way, Lynchburg, seems like your tornado threat's about to be over, but you still have a little bit of broad circulation near you. But it's not strong enough to be tornado warned. But 60-mile-per-hour winds is about to start to move into Appomattox and Buckingham and Dillwyn there in Virginia. And then back over here near South Carolina is really our only other severe warning cluster where we have 70-mile-per-hour winds possible heading towards Ellery, Pinewood, eventually into Somerton, Santee, Vance, Manning, Alcu, Sumter, and then we have our tornado warning here with so far still just mainly broad circulation at the moment heading towards Lone Star. So still no circulation has developed just yet, but our strongest winds are still packed in this area for sure. I mean, we're not too far away from the radar, and we definitely got up to almost 75-mile-per-hour winds with this storm right now. So I would certainly be sheltered in place in your safe spots. Best bet. Rested up. I still feel like poop. I am definitely rested. I don't know. It's more of like a mental thing. I've just been overworking myself like crazy lately. Like all during severe weather season, and my brain has officially had enough. I ate like an hour ago. I'm good on that front. This is in the tornado warning here in South Carolina, just kind of waiting for the storm to come through in this area. I do just want to double check. I always want to make sure that I have the best camera. It's always good to just double and triple check. You never know. Even a camera that doesn't really seem like it should have the best view of the storm, sometimes it can. Be really nice if they would like turn a camera towards it. And it's just still our best camera here. Take a well-earned vacation. I'm kind of doing that right now. I mean, I'm not pushing myself hard at all during this live stream. Just keeping it chill. Once the tornado warnings go away and I don't see any major circulations, we'll probably end the stream. Just keep it nice and brief and short. Allow the brain to kind of get its neurons back myelinated again. Need to make my neurons myelinated again. because they're definitely a little bit short circuited. It's weird. It is the weirdest phenomenon, burnout, but it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and it's really just a product of overworking yourself. And apparently, it takes a while for it to heal. Need some Chazzy snuggles. My Chazzy petting arm is not very effective at moving right now, so he's gonna have to wait. Members only jacket? No, we don't do any merch. All right, we just got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning here. Still warned for 70 mile per hour winds. Trying meditation, that doesn't work. It's literally just a brain. It has something to do with brain or gray matter and neurons. So your brain just needs to like slowly get those neurons healed, and the gray matter and brain healing processes take pretty darn long. Yeah, I've been burnt out for. I feel yeah, Ash K. I've been burnt out for like a week and a half. So why I haven't really been going live. It's mainly just like I can't even fathom it. Today I'm feeling pretty good, or not pretty good, but like it, good enough. I don't think I got the brain power to do like a 12-hour stream. But like a couple of hours, I can do. I'm just thankfully today isn't going as crazy as some of the models were saying so far. Any live storm chasers right now? I'm sure we do somewhere. Any storms happening back over here? Maybe in like New Mexico. I don't know. Let me check. I doubt it. I seriously doubt that there are any storm chasers live in this area. But hey, maybe somebody did the old huge grind for this. I don't know. Yeah. Or in PA Storm Trackers is live? Wait, who they are? Where are they? We do have a storm chaser out there. It's PA Storm Trackers coming in with the views out there. Glad they're out chasing again. We'll put them here. Not that one, that one. Bam. We do have a chaser in the area in Virginia, where the core of our tornado threat should be. So hop on in, put your seatbelts on, keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times, and enjoy the ride. They're in a low data zone, but we'll keep an eye on them. They were live when I was live the first time. Oh, whoops. I did not check. John, I'm not even whining. What are you talking about? So people are so weird. I need rotation in Lynchburg? No. Rotation is past Lynchburg. Lynchburg is good to go. These storms still remain relatively weak. There's some 60 mile per hour winds on this, but just judging by the look of the storm line itself, it just doesn't seem like. I mean, if there's any is anybody watching the stream from Lynchburg, Virginia? Just wondering. How was the storm? That's facts, leaks. Yeah. A little update on our tornado warning here in South Carolina. Still broad circulation on this thing. Still waiting on the storm to get close enough to our camera, but we will be able to intercept those strongest winds at the very least. This is our view in the area. I'm going to put some more water in my cup real quick. Ah, I'm back. Yeah. Well, I mean, I get negativity from time to time, but doing it on purpose because you're bored, I don't like that. So I'll complain about that. uh, Watching Manning, South Carolina getting concerned. Is that this storm? Is it this one back up here again? Oh, it's another. I guess you're talking about this one. Where's Manning? Maybe it's a smaller city. Manning, South Carolina. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're talking about this storm then. Yeah. I mean, it's not, it doesn't have very strong rotation yet, but definitely some really strong winds on the southern side. The circulation is still a little bit on the weaker side here east of Lone Star, but I would say certainly enough to be sheltered in place, as, you know, can't rule out a brief NATO eventually with this storm. Is Georgia going to get anything? You guys are getting rain. You guys have been in a severe thunderstorm watch all day and have gotten a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but has it been of enhanced, capabilities like we were kind of expecting? No, thankfully not. It's been pretty weak day for severe weather here in the Georgia area. Storms have just been struggling almost all the way across the board today. I mean, we were supposed to have, potentially a couple of tornadoes by this point, but, the storms have really been struggling. Like these ones over here, they're definitely not mature enough to really tap into the shear environment right now. So, a lot needs to change for these guys to be able to produce.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been placed upon the map. Man, it's crazy that those new severe thunderstorm warnings still haven't popped up. Let me message
A new tornado watch has been issued.
weather-wise. Let me see what that tornado watch is. Tornado watch. Oh wow. Yeah, this is over in, so that's gonna be for Baltimore, Washington, Waldorf, Fredericksburg, Richmond, Virginia Beach. There in Virginia, and then Baltimore, then Maryland near Hagerstown as well. Salisbury and Dover, and pretty much the entire state of Delaware, Atlantic City, parts going up into central New Jersey, Philadelphia, and York. A couple tornadoes possible. Isolated hail of up to ping pong ball sized possible, and scattered gusts of up to 65 miles per hour possible.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Wish these roads had wipers.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I'm going to mute the desktop audio again. What are the crowns? It's not, I don't know. It's some stupid some stupid YouTube thing that they put in chat that you can't turn off. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still a little area of rotation. Getting pretty darn close. So let's go ahead and, at the very least, we'll get like a camera like somewhere here. Just south of Somerton. So we can maybe get close to that circulation, but also maybe get close to those winds. Well, like somewhere like right here. Really wish we just had a camera that's looking at the sky. Maybe if we go a little bit north of Somerton. Oh, there's some sky. It's not refreshing. The app is froze. Oh, there we go. What about this one? Okay, that's the one we were just looking at. It is still going on. It's still saying new tornado watch has been issued. So this is technically just inside of the tornado warning here in South Carolina. It's still going. It's still saying it. New tornado watch has been issued. They do it in they do it in batches. So it comes in like one after the other. So it's there it goes again.
A new tornado
Oh wait, no,
warning has been issued.
That's an extension of the tornado warning. Never mind. So yeah, new tornado warning out over here near Somerton, Davis Station. All needed to be in their safe spots here in South Carolina. Some strong winds, definitely on the southern side. Maybe a little bit more of a tighter circulation there. It's also still in the clear air. Would continue to be sheltered in place for the time being. Definitely wouldn't rule out a little spin up. And we got a camera pretty much right here in Somerton, waiting for the storm to come through. Might bring it back down a little bit just to catch those winds, maybe. And then back up into Virginia, near Farmville, Virginia. There's a storm approaching. Kind of see it. Thankfully, we haven't gotten a tornado on the ground with this storm yet, though. At least as far as I've been able to tell on radar. I'm going to bring a camera just down to the south, though. Let's watch those winds come in. They're just to the north of, should be like, goes across like that near Somerton, then down. Should be like right here. Okay. Those power lines? I have never seen that before. Power lines that go like across the highway. Wind is picking up a little bit here. Yeah, Farrah is doing more modding than my mods are. Not gonna lie. Or at least in terms of like posting little things in chat to remind people of things. Oh yeah, pretty strong winds pulling up in here. Definitely still potentially have up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts inside of this. Yep, Lynx has become the top yapper. There you go. Congratulations. You yap more than anybody else in chat. Yeah, pretty strong winds here. I want to go just a tad north from here because it seems like we might have about to have something cross over the road, just on like where this camera is. Yeah, here's what we're looking at on radar. We got these winds coming in. That's what we were just looking at. In terms of like actual rotation, though, it's still relatively broad and weak. Pretty outflow dominant at the moment. But I wouldn't rule out like a brief NATO inside of there just in case. There into Somerton, Davis Station, Davis Crossroads, Logjam Landing, Rogers, Roland, Fearson, Eagle Point, Shadmoss Village, Jordan, James Crossroads, Bloomville, and Forston, Juneville all need to continue to be in their safe spots here as we figure out what this storm is all about. And we're watching it come in through here. At least we were before that camera froze, and now all of our cameras are freezing again. I don't know what causes that, and why now? We'll just hope they come back. Just lost the cam. I don't think we lost it. I just think it's. I think they just play live video and then they take one photo and then maybe to save data. I mean, the major concern about this tornado warned storm for now is still those 70-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, you guys just saw those in person. They're definitely kind of intense there. So I'd be, at the very least, if you live near a big tree, even on like the southern side of this tornado warning, near like Lake Marion and Vance, I would be, at least in the most interior portion of your house. Man. Yeah, this little line here is really falling apart here in Virginia. By the way, there is a tornado watch up here. Message weather-wise, let's see what they said. The watches for severe and tornado are supposed to go all the way to the coast. Thank you, Zabby, for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Boaters in Lake Marion are being told to get out the water now. Jeez. Are there people still boating out there? I'm not sure if WeatherWise is watching, but the severe thunderstorm watches are supposed to go all the way out like this. And then the tornado watch out here is supposed to go all the way out to about here. And they're not showing up. So it's probably just a lot of things have happened. A lot of apps have been are scrambling to rework their programs. To deal with some data issues that's been happening, not necessarily with the radar programs themselves, but also the data coming from the NWS and different radar providers. So been some spotty issues there today. Not really sure what's been causing that, but all right, latest scan. Still some strong winds here south of Somerton. Rotations. I mean, it really seems like this rain is starting to wrap around a little bit more here. I'm wondering if there's stronger circulation now aloft. Not really. And I would still be in your safe spots for that brief NATO threat here in South Carolina. Again, we're in South Carolina with these storms just to the east of Lawrenceburg. Let me just check to make sure these cameras aren't back online. Oh, stream not available. Uh-oh. Did we lose all of these cameras? No, this one's up. Okay, so we are getting some cameras back. Wow. And those winds just knocked out all these cameras. Dang. Yeah, we must have had a pretty decent power outage over here in Lake Marion near Somerton. These ones further up to the north are technically still up. Nope, these ones might have gone down too. Oh, that one's still working. Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds inside of this storm. That's definitely enough. Looks like they did extend the southern side of this severe thunderstorm warning for Bonu Beach, Russellville, Panopolis, and Moncks Corner. They're 60-mile-per-hour winds, so they did downgrade at least the southern side of this. But pretty much right in this area, I still believe that there's 70-mile-per-hour winds in this storm. That what we saw on that camera definitely still is pretty convincing of that. Where's the rotation on radar? It's right in here. And as you can see, typically in this kind of scenario where we have most of all the winds moving away from the radar, we expect to see yellows on the southern side moving away, and then expect to see some gray, or at least some darker red north of that circulation. But we have like brighter red, meaning that we're dealing with mainly just damaging winds with the storm at this time. But you can see those reds are technically there. I gotta refresh. You see those winds are technically there on the northern side near Davis Station. So relative to the storm, we probably have some pretty broad circulation here. Nothing super tight or concerning yet. Definitely still worth keeping an eye on and being in your safe spots for. Those strong little areas of surging wind can sometimes cause things to get a little bit spicy, even though the radar isn't really picking up on it. So there could be like still a small chance of a brief NATO that just really won't show up too well. And these storms still are a little bit on the weak side. And it is 4 o'clock, but it was supposed to be by 3 p.m. that we were seeing those storms at least reach maturity or start to reach maturity. I wonder if they're going to underperform. Like, someone take it makes you insecure. I'm sorry. I wish I could turn it off, but we have been trapped by YouTube. To be fair, Lynx, it is you and it looks like it's you and 10 individuals that are technically tied for first in terms of the top yappers. In a NATO watch, Greensboro, yeah. You guys are in a NATO watch up there. There are some storms nearby that we're keeping an eye on near Greensboro. These are going to be your storms of the day, kind of where you are right where these are right now. They could eventually try to rotate. We'll see. As of right now, they're not looking too bad. Grass is a type of tree. What? It sounds wrong, but it also sounds like one of those facts that doesn't seem like it makes sense, but could be. So I'm just going to check that out. Is grass a tree? Okay, no, it's not true. It's like saying, what is that one vegetable that's a fruit that doesn't really seem like it should be a fruit? Maybe something popping up here. Let me check to see if that's in the clear air. Yeah, it's in the clear air. Yeah, still broad circulation. If a tornado were to develop on this storm, It would be on the southeastern side near Davis Station, south of Davis Station, heading into Rogers, Roland, Shady Moss, Pearson, and Eagle Point still. Tomato. Yeah, exactly. Like tomato. It's like, that's obviously a vegetable, right? But it's a fruit, apparently. But I can tell you for sure that grass is not a tree. Hey, really? That can't be right. That's true. There is 0.00001 milligram of nicotine per 1 gram of tomato. And green tomatoes contain 5 times more nicotine. I did not know that. You should be 18 or older to buy tomatoes. Yeah, it has nicotine in it apparently. Near Brokenburg, Virginia. Let me see. Brokenburg, Virginia. Let me check that out. Yeah, there's a little bit of something there, south of Brokenburg. Could be a little bit contaminated, but it's not very strong circulation, but something to kind of keep on checking on there. It can contain MSG. Don't smoke tomato. Do not recommend. Michael, what do you mean? Did you try that? Oh, looks like the severe warnings are in, or the severe watches have populated. So weather-wise, did get onto that, but the tornado watches. Oh, interesting. This is why it wasn't updated on my end or on the Weather Watch app, because it's not. This is where they get their watches from the SPC convective watches. And so he just reprogrammed to include these guys in. But WFOs themselves must have issued them. Okay. Fair enough. Let me let them know that tornado watches. Tornado watches also. All right. Severe watch is showing now. Tornado watch still hasn't later. Yeah, he sounds like he's changing the code right now to get those watches in. Now let's come back over and check in on our NATO warning. Still a little area of circulation here south and east of Davis Station. Going into Eagles Point, still be in your safe spots there. They also just extended this for 60-mile-per-hour winds, so that they are dropping the winds down and kind of downgrading this now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It definitely has low nicotine inside of it, but I just never associated tomatoes having nicotine in them. That's like a brand new fact that my brain can now think about. Also, if you're quitting smoking, I don't know if it's going to be an issue, but don't eat tomatoes, maybe. I have no idea. Or maybe eat tomatoes? I don't know. Wait. This one article is part of an article that says 9 foods you did not know contain nicotine. Eggplants? Green peppers? Tomatoes? Potatoes have nicotine? Cauliflower? Pea? Nut? What? Is a dry fruit particular tree that grows in a hard shell? Oh. Spinach? And cabbage? Oh. It's like that's like all the vegetables. All right, latest scan here. There's your area of rotation. I mean, there still is some rotation here. They're probably considering whether or not they want to extend it or not. I wouldn't be overly surprised with an extension. Spinach vape. He's turned soprano. That's my surprised voice. When I learn a fact that I wasn't expecting, usually my voice gets a little bit high. GA storm trackers. Oh yeah, it's not. Oh, look at that. They have a storm in Farmville, Virginia. Look at that.
It makes you feel good.
We actually just stayed right outside of Fort Sill while we were on our trip out there.
It's beautiful out there.
Yeah.
I loved it, man.
Yep.
No sir.
It's constant.
Yeah.
Who is he chasing with?
See if I can get my pregnant wife's candies and stuff she wants.
Oh, there you go. You always got to keep them happy. Before this gets here. You have a good day.
Be safe.
Thank you.
Oh, that was a random person. That was not his mama that was talking.
Washington County, Kentucky.
Washington County.
Yeah.
So the gentleman we were talking to, guys, is a Virginia State Trooper Sergeant.
Oh.
Such a nice guy.
Getting a
Sergeant.
little bit of wall cloud back in there.
It is.
What's the rotation looking like?
It's still broad.
Yeah. It's over Pamplin City.
So for reference, they are here in Farmville looking at this storm in Virginia, which it does have a little broad circulation there. And that's probably what we're looking at on their stream there. Little update on this storm. Yeah, they're probably going to allow that to expire. That broadened out a lot on that latest scan. But let's come back over here. This is the first time we've been able to look at a storm, so.
I don't know.
And this one actually has broad circulation. This is the one near Farmville.
Keysville and Burkeville. On Abilene Road.
What's going on there? Okay.
Yeah, Philadelphia is
really
not going to be until
appreciate that.
later tonight.
Was that just
Right.
us?
Yeah,
We're still monitoring those storms. They're a little bit weak right now. They haven't really gotten their act together. But if they can, there will definitely be a tornado threat up there that needs to be monitored.
I'm sorry.
Briary Creek Lake.
Briary Creek Lake. Briary Creek Lake, Virginia.
In fact, speaking of, we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning back up here near Harrisonburg, Virginia. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east. And these are the storms that would be tornadic for areas like Washington, Maryland, Philadelphia, over near Lancaster, which you guys aren't under a tornado watch up there. But weather-wise is currently working on the warning. A watch. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely a watch there. There's seems to be some sort of watch criteria that weather-wise does not have programmed in. So we must have gotten some weird watch. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued down here for Fredericksburg and spots of Lavania Courthouse. Is there anything for Yorkville, Illinois? It looks creepy outside. I think it's, for Illinois. Yeah, so the creepiness you are seeing is smoke in Illinois. There are absolutely gargantuan fires happening over here in Canada, and that smoke is being brought down into the United States by this little shortwave trough. And yeah, it should be pretty close to sunset time, or by the time sunset time comes, it's going to look even crazier out there. Yeah, Canada is on fire big time. Seems like this storm or this fire in Ontario is getting even stronger. We also have a fire temperature we can look at. Oh my gosh. Yeah, every single one of these red dots is a fire. Look at that. Yeah, a bunch in Alberta, even some all the way up here, too, in the Northwest Territories. There's a couple of fires in Ontario, actually. Yeah, the fires are going crazy. It is super concerning. But apparently we can't talk about why it's concerning, because apparently that limits your monetization on YouTube, which I do not get. Man, look at this pyrocumulus cloud. Wow. That's probably the most intense fire over there near in Saskatchewan. And these fires are quite big as well. It's stupid, man. I hate having my speech limited. It makes me want to leave the YouTube, like big time. All right, so these are the problems in which the issue has been. There was a national comms issue that has been resolved, but there is a backlog of products that are still slow to send. It'll play on radio once transmitted by the SPC. The watch text product has been sent here. So it looks like those tornado watches haven't been populating because there's a national comms issue, which is interesting. All right, looks like this tornado warning has been officially allowed to expire. Finally. Get on out of here with that. We are back to severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's come back and check in on our Farmville storm, which also had a little bit of broad circulation. I mean, if any storms are going to try to do it out over here in Virginia, or at least for now, should be down in this area. Little QLCS tornado threat. Yeah, I mean, there still is some rotation with that storm about to push into Farmville. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning, and this is what that storm looks like. And it actually does seem like it is developing a little wall cloud on it. Look at that. This storm also has 60-mile-per-hour winds on it as well. Near Harrisonburg? Not yet. No. Rotations are pretty minimal on the Harrisonburg storm right now, but eventually some could develop.
Spot if you need to go up on the grass.
How are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Good. Doing the same thing we are? Just watching it. She has practice, but we have to go that way, and I was like,
I don't know, Lynx. I'd have to check it out.
Yeah.
They might flag it and review it just to make sure you're not spewing misinformation. I don't know how that works.
Hi, Jackson.
We're just going to the other side of Farmville out on 15.
Okay, well, we're from Pennsylvania. So
oh, okay.
Will there be a tornado in northwest Philadelphia? There is a tornado threat up there. You guys are in a tornado watch.
we're live right now, actually.
Can you
Well,
guys
something
all see the
developing back in
clouds?
there.
It's kind of starting to fall apart a little bit here, but ooh, that was
Ooh.
nice.
Big old lightning bolt. Bang.
You like to watch it? That's us.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Uh-oh, here come the severe thunderstorm watch spam again. Wonder if they put it further down to the south. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Florida now for Greenville and Madison. They're in Florida. Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on that storm as we won't get many opportunities to see these storms today, to be honest. There's not a whole lot of storm chasers out there, and there's really just PA storm trackers. And they're down here on this threat near Virginia. And this storm still has a decent little southerly gust front here. And they're right in there. That's where we're watching for some rotation. And the storm apparently has had a wall cloud on it at times. Oh, got to turn this off. Bring that back up. There we go. Get the cells in North Carolina? Sure. We got unfortunately our main radar that's close to the cells in North Carolina is down, but we do have this one still. And yeah, I mean, they're definitely trying to mature out over here near North or Snow Hill and Kingston. These ones will have a decent amount of wind shear with them if they can tap into it. The cells kind of lagging behind, like this rain back here is not going to do much. Maybe over here near Lumberton have to watch these guys. I mean, there is some broad shear out of here across a large portion of South Carolina going into North Carolina, but the shear environment it's there. That's pretty much the best. The spin environment is there for the storms to technically produce briefer tornadoes down there in North Carolina. But as of right now, we're not seeing any evidence yet of that getting started. Yeah, let's watch this storm while we still can. The radar down in the bottom left for you guys.
Watch this at?
I don't know. He said this is about as high as you're going to get with a view around here.
It's
Which way is it moving? Is it going to go just north of?
It's getting.
Came across my wife's thing saying it's heading towards, like, supposed to be up Burkestown or Twin Lakes. That's where we live.
Okay.
It depends, Anna, on it depends on
Maybe go just
what this line of storms does back over here. For like Washington, these are going to be the main threat. So it's very important to keep an eye on the storms that are near Harrisburg to determine that. As of right now, they haven't really gotten tapped into that shear environment, but they are becoming more mature as time moves on. So they could eventually become a tornado threat. Imagine you all donated $2 again.
Yes.
That's hard to imagine because last time that went crazy.
From us.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not technically impossible to imagine.
Yeah, it's going to probably go just north of us, but right now, as the trajectory's taking it right now, it's like right towards Farmville, maybe just north of us. Well, I don't know. I feel like it's right in there. It's going to get rain wrapped any second.
Yeah,
We're
it
not
is.
going to be able to see into there anymore.
Wow. Look at that mesocyclone. You can even see the clouds kind of getting pulled in toward that inflow region is. Just to the left of that light pole, there is a little lowering still down in there. And again, this is back over here near Farmerville. Our Farmville.
Hi, Jamila.
This area of circulation. That's what we're looking at right now.
But yeah, you can almost, if you like just a little, if you want a quick lesson.
It looks rotative. I agree.
These spots here is the inflow into
Oh.
how they come in and they curve.
Another $2 donation.
Area that you can just kind of see above the trees now. That's where like the drier air.
That's two.
Wrapped together, and your rotation's actually right about where that dark.
Thank you for the sub, Gary.
So kind of losing sight of it now. So we're gonna see if we can go somewhere north. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Caleb, for the 2. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't worry about it, do free. It's not required. And thank you, Zabby. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the 2. And thank you, Bunny Bird, for becoming an EF3 member. Thank you so much.
Gotta do the right thing. That's it.
Thank you, Ashley, for the 2. Thank you so much. Nah, it's fine, Moon. Don't worry about it. If you guys can't donate, that is not a requirement. It's just if you want to, you can. That's how it works. We don't ask for it. Just do whatever you feel. Do whatever you can. You know, if you want to subscribe, that's fine. You want to like the stream, that's fine. I think Julia for the 2. Thank you so much. It's in Canadian dollars.
I think we're gonna jump and move and go.
I think you, Terry. Please, Julia, stay safe from those fires. Again, if you see a fire up near you, those things can move quick and grow fast. Do not take any moment. Don't hesitate.
Can you hand me the cloth? That's right. It's sitting right there where your fingers are somewhere. The micro cloth.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Micro cloth.
Hi, Chad.
Hey. Yeah, that's the latest view there. I mean, wow. For a Virginia storm, that's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. This is near Farmville. But thank you, Cole, for the 5. And thank you, Jurassic Nurse, for the 5 as well. And thank you, Harold, for the 2. Thank you, Panda, for the 2, paying the weather tax. Thank you. Cranky Vet Wales, thank you for being a member for 11 months. It's got a new update on our severe thunderstorm over here near Fredericksburg. Yeah, still pretty weak and piddly diddly there. But some 60-mile-per-hour winds are still possible there. Let's come back over near Harrisonburg. Maybe some small circulations actually developing on this storm now near Broadway. Heading towards Newmarket, Lori, Stanley, Shenandoah. Still on the weaker side, but still worth keeping an eye on. And then back over here in South Carolina, latest update. It's like our winds are going through Kingstree. Probably going to go just north of Bondi Beach for a while. Hemingway and Andrews and Lane in South Carolina do need to be indoors and away from windows. All right, let's go back and look at this storm again. We're not going to have a whole lot of time to be looking at storms today, unfortunately, due to the lack of chasers and cameras that are out in these regions. So whenever we get a view, we got to soak it in. And thank you, Mike, for the 2. Your area's in the watch tonight. Not too fun. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Thank you, Cheryl, for the 2. And thank you, Cole, for the 2. 14. Wow, that's impressive. That's better than last time. On the way to you in Southern Maryland. Yeah, just make sure you're, ready to go indoors and away from windows, and just be prepared for, a little bit of a tornado threat. It's certainly possible today up there. We're just going to monitor the atmosphere and see what's going to be possible, or see what is actually going to happen. All right, fun or watching the storms is over for now. Looks like they're going to be rerouting to stay ahead of the storm because they don't want to get behind on it. They are storm chasers, but sometimes the storm chases them on the occasion. Thank you, Cheryl, for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. And Cole says, why do I hate you Delawareans? What? Who said that? I don't hate Delawareans. I mean, you guys literally have a where in your name. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Terry, for the 2. And thank you, Lilo, for the 20. Oh, wow. Look at her. Lilo says, I'm going to do 2 and then give $2 for 9 other people. That is very nice of you. Thank you, Lilo. Thank you. I'm sure folks will feel better, I guess, about, I don't know. There were some people saying regret in the chat that they couldn't donate. So you probably just made them a little bit less regretful, even though they shouldn't be feeling that way in the first place. I advise you not to feel regret. As it's really just, not everybody has money. Not in this economy. You know what I'm saying? Not in this economy. Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah. You guys are in a tornado watch right now. Over there in Baltimore. And you need to be watching these storms. I mean, there's definitely some potential there for you, but your threat's really going to be coming again from this line. So, Washington's threat most likely, unless these storms rise north a little bit, which might happen. Let me see where they're going. Yeah. Maybe Washington could get a little bit of a round with these storms if they can mature. But so far, we haven't seen any dangerous rotation with any of these guys yet. We did see a little bit near Spotsylvania Courthouse not too long ago, and there still technically is a little bit there, but it's definitely still on the weaker side of things. Have to be a little bit careful. We all do, man. I feel like no matter what I do, I'm still like always worried about finances. I swear, I'm ordering things and I take a double take and I'm like, did that go up in price? It had to have. Why is it so much more expensive? For Fairfax, I am familiar with Fairfax. I used to live in Annandale, Virginia. Let me type it in. Fairfax, Virginia. Yeah, Fairfax is going to be eventually in the path of these storms. And again, it's these storms back here. You are in a tornado watch, so you need to be watching out for tornadoes. And you might also get a little bit of a kind of an appetizer with these storms, but still uncertain on whether or not those will mature enough to become a tornado threat eventually. Traffic Cam Archive? I've never heard of that. That thing? Browse Video Archive? Oh, wow. It appears to be a thing. Is that just every traffic camera on one website? Went to Annandale High. I left before I got to high school, but I went to Canterbury Woods Elementary. Looks like they're actually inside the storm here. Let's see what the inside of the storm is like. Oh my gosh, that is loud. Why is that so loud? Let me turn that down. Jump scared me for a little bit.
Welcome in, everybody. Now that we're in the storm, we're gonna not be on chat so much. Our mods will answer any questions, and
I thank you, Koei, for the 2. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully stuff does not go crazy today. That's just all I'm hoping, because this is where these storms are moving are going to be in a pretty populated area. I mean, if we get tornadoes today, it's going to be a lot of damage. So I'm just hoping we don't see that happen.
I would think it's so funny how other cases find on
YouTube has removed the ability. What? YouTube has removed the ability for iPhone app to give super chats? No, that can't be true. Let me check. Oh, I mean, on my iPhone app, it works. All right, latest scan on these storms. Looks like some rotation is developing now north and east of Timberville. Heading into New Market. Very broad circulation, kind of like what we were seeing over here near Farmville. So nothing too crazy yet, but still worth keeping an eye on that. Let's come back down into North Carolina. Check in Greensboro storms. Yeah, still some storms near Greensboro. Still no new circulation, mainly just rain and thunder. Back over here near Greenville. Yeah, these storms over here still haven't really gotten too mature, mainly just rain and thunder. And thank you, Jack, for the €5. Thank you so much. Whilst checking. Hey, I appreciate that. And then back over here, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail are possible still for Hemingway in Andrews, South Carolina. Also back down in Florida, we have this storm still pushing off to the east near Greenville and Madison. Should go south of Greenville and Madison, though. Yeah. It's going to go south more into like Shady Grove and Eridu, Covington, and Dowling Park. Ghostly Plays, I've said it like a billion times, man. I don't know what more you want me to do. I've told you like 4 times. So sorry you missed every single time. I'm not going to do it again. Smoke from fires can change atmospheric stability and impact formation and behavior of storms. It can, yeah. I mean, you got to think, locally, one of the reasons some people have been theorizing why the Arctic sea ice hasn't really melted as much as some people have expected has maybe been because we keep on getting a bunch of smoke to go into the Arctic. And that, the smoke actually does block out a little bit of sunlight in the short term. Hey, thank you, Asat Exen, for the €5 as well. Thank you. Lots of Euro donators in the chat today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. So they did issue a tornado warning for this in Virginia. Oops. Not meaning to press that. There we go. Yeah, new tornado warning here. That's going to be for this area of circulation in between New Market and Forestville. That's going to be for White House, Laurie, Springfield, Vaughn, Oak Hill, Goods Mill, Compton, Overall, Bentonville. All need to be in their safe spots. First tornado warning of the day in this portion of the storm. So folks need to be sheltered in place. And unfortunately, this thing does eventually try to produce a tornado. Definitely going to have to watch out there in Washington for the threat of this storm coming through. Let me try this. We'll try doing these cameras here. Let's come back to here. Change this to this, that to that, and that. Try this website out. Let's see how good it is. We're looking for Highway 81. West of Washington. Cannot tell what highway that is. Oh, that's I-66. Okay. What road is this? It's 211. Oh, geez. This is even worse. Honestly, trying to figure out where these cameras are. Because Washington's right here. And the road that goes just out of Washington should be this one. I'm just trying to see if we can get a camera in the path of this thing. But it is so hard to navigate real time. So, anybody on Discord want to do that? Thank you, Wendy, for the 20. 20 of the $20 of the Kiwi money. Thank you. Goodbye for another 11 days from another UK viewer. All right. You're scared? Take a deep breath. Just because there's a tornado warning now doesn't mean there'll be one by the time it comes to your house. All right, Tornado Explorer, get on it. Let me put the link. Let me send you the link to this website because it's pretty cool. We'll see if it works. Tornado Explorer. Go. I sent it to your DMs in Discord. And I'll be waiting for you to start on Discord, and we'll get you set up. We'll have Tornado Explorer. Here, maybe. Let's see. It'll take some messing around with, but we'll get it up and going. All right, latest scan here on our tornado warning. Still an area of some pretty decent rotation. Still in between Mount Jackson and New Market. Yeah, and you can even see that this is kind of like a bookend vortex here. I'm not seeing a debris signature, but still enough to be taking shelter from this storm. So please continue to be in your safe spots as this pushes off to the east. Link to the Discord. I can do that really quick. There's a Discord link. I'm still waiting on the latest scan, but this is, as of right now, our most dangerous storm of the evening. Is this tornado threat over for Beckley? Yeah. Yeah. No more storms in West Virginia right now. A little update on this storm near Fredericksburg. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds. Moving up south of Fredericksburg. And back over here near Farmville, where we have Pennsylvania storm trackers. The storm is still pushing off to the east at the moment, still with a little area of circulation right there north and east of Farmersville. And back over here near South Carolina, still keeping an eye on this guy, but we haven't seen any new circulations yet with this. There is some new kinks starting to form here in the line. Those kinks can indicate maybe a little bit of rotation, like on the beginning stages of getting started. So I would still keep an eye on these in South Carolina. What website do I use for what? Oh, for radar, weather-wise. Oh, looks like we're getting a new view of that storm near Farmerville. Check this out.
I mean, that's, they don't even have to, I don't think. Right there is your...
This is the storm with a little bit of rotation on it near Farmerville, Virginia. Pennsylvania will eventually get hit. It'll be more near like Philadelphia than anything. And like Boston, near like Maryland and Pennsylvania.
I think I'm going to go over and I'll head up to Amelia Courthouse, kind of following this.
You can almost see it wrapping. Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? New London.
Yep. Like collar clouds.
Yep. It's just not getting that couplet. It's close. There's now a rotation forming south of us a little bit too.
Wow. What a storm.
We probably should
All right, latest scan over here south of Mount Jackson. Still keeping an eye on this storm. Little area of rotation still relatively broad, but again, would not rule a brief tornado with this storm still as that pushes off to the east. Definitely want you guys to be sheltered in place here. And thank you, Kitten, for the 20. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's see if we can get this up on stream, the Discord thing real quick. We got to get it sized properly. So be automating our webcams. It's kind of weird. Why is it all sideways? Is that just because of my screen layout? Yeah, play a video, make it full screen. Let me see what that looks like. Tornado Explorer. Oh, that's weird. There it goes. Okay, so that's full screen. Let me fix this really quick. Give me 1 second. Bit smaller. Place it there. All right. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Tornado Explorer. Now let me see what it looks like on this view here. That should be not that, but that. Make this big. That. Okay, perfect. All right. Latest scan is in and still broad circulation. The storm tried, but it does seem to be failing at the moment. But I still want folks to be taking it seriously. The little area of circulation is developing over here near Stanley. I don't know. Why isn't my streamer mode on? I think if people talk, the stream will be able to hear it. Because I'm not in streamer mode for some reason. Please keep your mic muted in the Discord until I figure out how to turn that on. It's going to do updates on other people's storms. We just got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east. 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards Crew and Midlothian. You guys still need to be indoors and away from windows. I've got everybody that's in the Discord muted on my end, so you guys should be able to talk and me not hear you. All right. Yeah, latest scan on the storm's kind of similar to the one up to the north and east of Farmerville. A little bit of broad circulation. Where is that? Is that camera in the tornado warning help? Is there one that has like only one panel and not multiples? Yeah, this area of rotation is kind of weak right now at the moment. It's a little bit on the broad side. You can see how the gradient from blue transitions into green, and we don't get those grays appear until up here. So this is where our main area of circulation is, and it's just really not that strong right now. It's mainly just some very broad circulation and some strong winds on the south. But still want folks to be in their safe spots just in case we get a little NATO. Near Newmarket. Okay. Where's Newmarket? Okay, Newmarket's over there. Get that one near Lori, east of Lori. Oh man. Quad cam? I mean, that's gonna be our best bet, I guess. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of great cameras in this area, but we do have a camera over here now east of Lori, moving off to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued now in North Carolina. Interesting. Must be something happening here on the surface that's just not showing up too great here. Our rotation really isn't that strong on this storm, but relative to the storm's motion, maybe there's a little bit higher circulation. So if you live in Chadbourne, Whiteville, Brunswick, and Clarkton, you guys need to be in your safe spots there. I do want to check in on that on radar Omega really quick. Yeah, I mean, even on the storm relative, not really that strong. So I'm not sure. There must be something, some report on the ground of this storm doing something that we just don't know just by looking at radar, which is why they've warned it. So make sure you're in your safe spots out there just in case they're seeing something that we are not. I can't even put my arm on my desk anymore. I need to take more Advil eventually. How do you get XP? I don't know, man. It's stupid. Don't ask me any questions about the crowns and all of that. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm just going to act like it doesn't exist. Also, wouldn't rule out like a potential circulation happening over here near Crook's Crossroads. Because we do have actually, that might cause an issue there. Also, how's the audio doing and everything? The video, the audio, is it all running smoothly? Discord can sometimes slow things down. That actually looks pretty close to producing. Oh my gosh. Is that on the ground? That's on the ground. We have a tornado in progress here north and west of Crook's Crossroads. Here in South Carolina, unwarned. We have an unwarned tornado on the ground in South Carolina. Let me just double check here to make sure everything's lining up correctly. There's your debris signature. There's your velocities. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a tornado there. South and east of Johnsonville. Not warned. Let me play that in motion here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it started back over here near Venters. And now still in progress here north and west of Crook's Crossroads. We've got a tornado on the ground here south of Johnsonsville. If you live east of Crook's Crossroads, you need to be in your safe spots. Doesn't happen too often, but every now and then we get a tornado on the ground that is unwarned. That happens sometimes. Kind of nuts. Yeah, it looks like it might have been just really a brief NATO there. As the latest scan, isn't that still something over there? That still might be. No, yeah, I mean, there is still a little bit of a debris signature there. It's either lifting or is a very weak NATO still on the ground south of Johnsonville, south and east of Johnsonville. Do they not see it? I mean, it's a pretty weak circulation, so they just might not have caught it. I don't know. I mean, there's decent rotation there. Yeah, latest scan over here on this tornado warning. Still not seeing the thought process behind this warning, at least on radar. There's got to be some sort of report, or the storm must look pretty crazy from the ground for them to throw a warning on this thing. Here's what it looks. This storm looks like over here in Virginia. We got a brief look at it. And there's too many trees. We'll definitely go back to him next time that view comes in. And then back over here into Virginia. Looks like our circulation is really broad now. Very, very broad. Very, very weak circulation here. Still some strong winds, though. This is mainly a damaging wind threat now. I mean, it kind of attempted, but it failed pretty. It failed to produce pretty darn quickly. But again, mainly a damaging wind here. I'd still be in your safe spots though in Laurie, Oak Hill, in Goods Mill, Compton overall, and Bentonville, just in case this thing is doing something on the surface that we just aren't really capturing too well on radar, which again sometimes does happen. That's why that storm down in North Carolina is warned. Could be the same reason for this one, or not the same reason. This one actually had rotation, like legitimate rotation earlier, but it died. Yeah, there's something wrong with the National Weather Service's comms, so that might be affecting weather radios. Also, we got the Circle of Death Tornado Explorer on the traffic camera. I know it's annoying trying to monitor it 100% all the time, but you got to make sure you're clicking on it and finding other ones. That's why it's so stressful sometimes. Storm is heading towards DC. Yeah, it's going to make a close approach. But the good news is that the rotation that was on it has gotten pretty weak as the latest scan. But I would not rule out the storm trying again eventually. So that's why Washington is in a tornado watch. Same with Annapolis and Baltimore are all in a tornado watch right now. Is there anything coming to Baltimore? Yeah, it's going to be this storm. Going to be this storm if it can fully mature. We have a couple of cells south of Romney near like Westernport and Kaiser that are trying to mature, but as of right now, they're not really getting even to severe warning capabilities yet. So, it's either going to be a big old nothing bomb or something that could cause some damage. We also got to watch for these cells that are a little bit more discreet further out in front of this line. If those can get mature, they could be an issue. This could also be a threat near Baltimore down the line. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. But it's mainly just like a wait and see. So just continue to be weather aware, continue to pay attention. Severe weather threat is developing. This is a little bit late in the day in comparison to what some of our models saying, or at least with this line, it was supposed to be a little bit more mature by this point, but we'll see. We shall see. Hopefully that means something for later today. A little update on the storm near Farmville. Still got 60-mile-per-hour winds, but that rotation has completely broadened out now as that pushes off to the east towards Midlothian. Eventually going to be heading close to Richmond. This one near Whiteville. Still not seeing anything. There's got to be. This thing's got to have like a crazy cloud on it or something. Because even when they warned it, it didn't have much rotation on it. All right, let's come back to our tornadic storm back over here. Let's see if it's still on the ground. Okay, latest scan does not look like our tornado is still on the ground anymore here in South Carolina. But if you know anybody that lives, just near like Crooks Crossroads, I would call into them and make sure that they're okay, because this storm did produce a tornado very close to there, but it does appear like it has lifted at this point. But definitely a portion of the line to continue to watch. Hopefully we can get a tornado warning on this eventually. If not, Conway, Caroline Forest, in Myrtle Beach, I'd be pretty weather aware. And that is the latest across the board. We'll be keeping an eye on the storms. I'm gonna change the wording back since that debris signature has gone away to tornado warnings in Virginia and North Carolina. It's like we're every now and then getting a little sneak peek of a storm off in the distance here from Pennsylvania storm trackers on the left side. Look at that.
I didn't even see that now.
Not as much.
Maybe go into this church parking lot, turn around because this car's coming.
That's
right
got a
behind you.
gate on it.
Continue on
Are y'all seeing that Discord overlay?
Good night,
Wait, I have
Big
this
Mike.
weird Discord overlay over my screen right now.
Thank you, Wolverine. Thanks for the sub.
We're trying to get you a view of this, guys. And,
Oh, wow.
another couplet started.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's behind the trees right there. I don't know what's back this road.
North Carolina cameras, they're not
Keep
live, I
going
don't
up to
think.
my intersection. We only got. It's not very far. It's only 3 miles. There's got to be something up there that we can see that.
Thank you.
No, we can't see it. Okay, awesome. Just making sure, because it's definitely on my or on my OBS. I just don't know why. I don't know what I turned on there. The latest scan on our northern side looks like that rotation is completely gone, but there's actually, believe it or not, a new circulation trying to develop here near Hilldale. No debris signature yet on this guy. Velocities are a little bit behind, though. Our correlation, okay, our radar is starting to lag a bit. Looks like that comms issue is coming back a little bit. Earlier today, unfortunately, our radar was completely stopped working because of those comm issues. Correlation coefficient has our leading edge of the storm back all the way over here now. Let me check Radar Omega to see if they got the same issue happening here. They do not. Yeah, that right there, that is close to a NATO now. South of Goods Mill. Definitely some stronger winds here and a little bit of rotation on the northern side. It's not super tight yet, so it's not NATO. It's not NATO-ing right now, but definitely could see that surge produce some northern circulation there just to the south and east of Goods Mill, heading to Hoback Mountain. Oh my goodness. Look at this view. What is that? On the right side, is that like a microburst happening?
I'll get you a view here in a second.
This is again near Farmville, Virginia. This is not a tornado warning storm, but
Coming out and saying something.
I don't think anybody's here.
there's a weird thing on the right that kind of looked like a microburst. It's a big old glob of rain falling out of the sky. So watch out over there near Farmerville. Winds might get intense over there. Also looks like a little bit of a wall cloud in there, too. Any wedges? Thankfully, not yet. We haven't had any big tornadoes on the ground. We've had a couple of we've had a brief one so far today. In South Carolina. Man, look at that. That storm looks like it's raring up to do something. Let me check on the radar. I mean, there's definitely still some broad circulation there. Maybe a little bit less broad here near Amelia Court. I think that's where they're looking at. And this storm is heading to Amelia Courthouse. This will eventually make a pretty close approach to Richmond. So this is going to be Richmond's storm here. And this is what it looks like. And definitely seems like it has a lowering back in there, but I'm not seeing a NATO. And no, that's definitely like a wall cloud back in there, Kelly. On the right side of the screen. Let's listen in to see what they're saying.
Here comes your RFD right over top of us.
Yeah, the RFD. So yeah, right back in that notch there. That would be where our circulation would be.
Try to get to the next spot. All right, guys, we're gonna reposition again. Unfortunately, this is chasing out here. So I
got to stay ahead of the storm.
I can get it.
So if they get out of position, that'll be the last time you see that storm. And we want to make sure we have eyes on it if it actually tries to produce. Also, it looks like our tornado warning storm here in Virginia is now moving over our camera. And this is what it looks like there. Winds are not too crazy. Definitely, there could be a little 60-mile-per-hour winds hanging out in there. That camera is located just to the east of Lorry or Lorre. Yeah, over here near Hogback Mountain, still have some strong winds pushing off to the east towards Pignut Mountain. Overall in Bentonville, but our rotation on this storm has again it tried there for a moment, but then died off really quickly. So that just kind of shows you how this storm might act today, which is just kind of teetering on the edge of tornadic capabilities. Pretty much, probably for its entire life, and also we've got to keep an eye on these prefrontals, see if they'll mature. But that's going to be kind of I think the trend for today up here is will it or won't it? I do want to check back down here on this storm, see if anything has changed. Yeah, that rotation is non-existent. I still want folks to be in their safe spots because I'm still not sure what's happening with this storm. It got tornado warned when it didn't really have a whole lot of rotation, so I'm still assuming that there is something that people are seeing on the ground that is concerning with this storm, which is why they have issued this. Or maybe there's like a radar that we just don't have access to, and the NWS does. Back over here with our circulation that produced a brief tornado moments ago, still is there. South and west of Conway here in South Carolina, moving off to the east towards Caroline Forest with a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on it. But I'm not really seeing. It doesn't seem to be that strong of rotation anymore. And they're still keeping this tornado warning going for some reason. Also, near Washington and Belhaven, North Carolina, we have another storm here warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. What are the chances that these storms die out before reaching Newport News? It's definitely possible. I mean, so far, none of the storms that would threaten your area have really built up enough strength yet to really be overly concerning right now. So, all right, let me see if weather-wise is working yet. No, it's still way behind. Weather-wise is having radar is behind. Radar Omega. I think these little problems that have been happening with the comms must be affecting the infrastructure that weather-wise has quite a bit right now. As they are behind on radar. Radar Omega is ahead by 5 minutes, which is rare. Usually it's Radar Omega that's behind, so seems like weather-wise has had a unique issue here with the comms that have been affected and the type of coding that they have. Your storm's done for Raleigh, North Carolina. Raleigh's like there, yeah. No, another round is definitely possible. You can see we got some storms moving down to the south and east towards you guys. Did I see your comment? Nope, I did not. Let me see if I can find it. The warning has been canceled in North Carolina. Yes, it has. Nope, it hasn't. It's still there. It's still there. Expires in 8 minutes. All right. Yeah, I do think they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire, though, here in Virginia, unless we get some new circulation develop. The only thing I'm seeing right now is this one. Let me check what our storm relative velocity is looking like. Yeah, still pretty broad. I guess if they do extend it, it'll be on this new northern circulation, maybe more for like Front Royal in Apple Mountain Lake. How long am I staying live for today? Well, as long as the tornado threat seems like it's going to continue. I need a new warning system for my stream. What do you mean? Can I check Winston-Salem, Forsyth County? Max, you look different. Oh, I appreciate that. I've been, working on my. I grew my hair out, Stopped eating so many cheese curds, dropped a couple of pounds. Dyed the hair blonde. Completely changed my voice. Surely they let this one expire. I mean, there's got to be something wicked on this. I wish I could see this storm. There has got to be some wicked cloud on this that just spooked everybody in that area, because there hasn't been rotation on that in a very long time. This one down here in South Carolina, we're still keeping an eye on. A little area of circulation is now really starting to die off there. So now we're kind of transitioned back into more of a damaging wind threat back over here in South Carolina, heading into Conway, Carolina Forest, Myrtle Beach, and Garden City Beach. Near Washington and Belhaven, still have 60-mile-per-hour winds on this storm, pushing off to the east. Maybe a little bit of circulation actually developing on this storm. South and east of Washington, North Carolina, heading towards Bath. So, no tornado warning on it yet, but I wouldn't rule out one being issued. Latest scan here on this storm near Amelia Courthouse. Still very broad circulation heading towards Winter Park or Winter Park. And that's the latest. I will say, just by looking at radar, it looks messy out there. I wonder if the lapse rates are starting to struggle. Kind of just on radar in general, just kind of looks like an environment where lapse rates are maybe a little low. No, I mean, they're still hanging around like 6.5. I got about 2,000 joules per kilogram. Are we lacking forcing? Oh, we have decent forcing. Let's be something. Don't have any capping. And the significant tornado parameter right now is 1, which is good news. That's very, very low. Trying to understand storm relative velocity. Well, storm relative velocity is essentially the rotation of the storm relative to its motion. So storms have motion, right? And so basically what it does is show you the rotation relative, right? Storm relative velocities to the motion of the storm. So the storm's moving this way, which means that the winds relative to the storm are actually moving faster back into this direction than what the radar is showing. So when you show the storm relative velocity, you can actually see that a little bit better, that we do have some broad area of circulation here, rather than just looking at this. Although I can look at this and also just know that relative to the storm, there's probably some rotation there, just not very strong. But if you are not super familiar with radar, you might use the storm relative velocity as a cheat code, so you never have any doubt in your mind of what's rotating or not. Heaven is better than baked beans. There you go. Heard it here first.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued on this storm for Flint Hill, Marshall, Delaphane, Hume, and Apple Mountain Lake. All need to be in their safe spots now. Ooh, yeah, I-66 should have something. Are all the cameras quad cameras out there? What time for Pennsylvania? Yeah, I can show you. Let's go over we'll go over the latest model run here. We got the 21Z hot off the press. So yeah, by 7 p.m. it should be pretty close to Washington. By 8 p.m. should be like pretty close to Baltimore. Eventually pulling into southern Pennsylvania, parts of Delaware by 9 p.m. By 10 p.m., should have a couple of storms out there near Harrisburg and Dover. And then by around 11 p.m., these storms should really not be too tornadic at this point. Really talking more of a damaging wind threat. As that continues to scrape up the coast, could see some damaging winds, maybe a small chance for tornadoes as we move into like Danbury and Bridgeport, Brookhaven, also maybe some severe winds for New York City, Connecticut as well by 3 a.m. But again, that is kind of just a rough estimate of what is possible. If these storms never mature, probably we won't see much happen. Because as you can see, we got this line of storms, but only one little severe warning on it. And we got a tornado warning here for this storm, which I'm surprised. I mean, I guess they're being safe. We got a tornado warning for this storm for some broad circulation over here near Front Royal. But again, that's probably not going to produce a tornado. Right now, it's mainly just a damaging wind threat with some broad circulation. Cameras in Chester Gap. Chester Gap, Virginia. Oh, wow. Okay, so this camera is apparently right in the path of this circulation on our tornado warning here in Northern Virginia. Let's see what the storm is like as it moves over this camera. I'll put the radar down below. It seems like weather-wise it's caught back up. Yeah, weather-wise it's caught back up, thankfully. Yeah, our broad area of circulation is about to go directly over this camera. Chester's Gap is right there. That is where our camera is located. This area of circulation is about to go right into Chester Gap. So we'll see what it's all about. We'll see maybe there's some stronger winds that we're not seeing on radar that will show up here, but give us a better indication of what's really happening inside of this thing. Dang. I wonder what the speed limit is on this road. These cars seem to be going real fast. Or is it just like the camera? Maybe it's like skipping frames. Point system is kind of glitched. That's perfectly fine. No one cares about the point system. At least I don't. It's really just a snitch, to be honest, more than anything. Looks like they've officially allowed that tornado warning in North Carolina to expire, by the way. I mean, the rain's pulling up here to Chester Gap. I'll be honest. It should be raining pretty decently right now, and it kind of is, but Like, is it just me, or are the leaves like not even moving at all? Yeah, it's right there, north of Chester Gap. There's like zero wind. Are these legitimate down here? You see how those have progressed. Kind of seems a little glitchy there. I'm not sure if these winds back down in here legitimate. They're on like the weird portion of the storm. I want to wait one more scan because those could technically be tighter couplets there. Oops. These could technically be tighter couplets. We'll see. Maybe no. I mean, I think what's happening is that the storm in question has no wind or very little wind. I mean, you can see the raindrops; they're falling just straight vertical. So I think Western Long Island should mainly have a damaging wind threat with some rain. It really just depends on what these storms do. I mean, the kinematics are technically in place, but we have a lot of clustering here. So we have a lot of storms that are all fighting for, honestly, not a whole lot of kinematics. So as of right now, we really haven't seen much, or we haven't seen any tornadic activity with these storms yet. So, and to be honest, the winds really aren't that strong, at least on this northern portion, which, according to radar, should be some of our strongest winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm in Virginia now. This is south of Petersburg. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Try to find a camera near this one, near Petersburg, Tornado Explorer. This one actually has a decent area of circulation heading towards Wilson's, Amon, Namozine. All need to be in their safe spots. This is over here just south of Richmond. Yeah, latest scan, still definitely some decent rotation with that. Pushing off to the east still. So again, that's Amon, Namozine. Still need to be going to their safe spots immediately. Again, that is the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Oh, wow. Look at that. Where is that? There's Sutherland. That's way east. You can still see that mesocyclone. That actually is the storm in front of this storm, which is fine. Well, look at that. So that is actually this storm here. A little lowering is coming out of this storm. So a little bit of a mesocyclone on our storm just to the north and west of Sutherland as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on both of these storms. These are kind of isolated storms right now, a little bit more discreet. Might have a little bit of a higher tornado potential with some of these guys if they can really tap into that spin environment, which is certainly out there. But so far, storms have been struggling. No cams near Blackstone. That's fine. I mean, both of these storms are going to come pretty close to that camera, so I just keep it on that camera for a while. For Myrtle Beach, yeah, we had a brief tornado to the west of you. Oh, man. Actually, really strong winds developing here. north of Myrtle Beach. Not tornadic yet, but have some sort of like a downburst happening here. 80-mile-per-hour winds there. And we're not that far away from the radar. I'd watch out over here near like Hand going towards North Myrtle Beach. We have definitely a downburst here, or maybe even a microburst happening here, where we have a local area of some very strong winds, potentially close to 90 miles per hour on this storm. I'm not sure if that's making it all the way down to the surface. But just in case it is, that'd be actually in your safe spots there in North Myrtle Beach, just until we see this dissipate. Latest scan, not as strong, but still close to 80 miles per hour. That can still cause significant damage, 80-mile-per-hour winds. So I'd be in your safe spots there in North Myrtle Beach. This thing's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but this is just a very isolated area of some very strong winds here near Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve. Let's come back up to the north, check in on our tornado warning out here. Yeah, we have 0 areas of rotation now along this storm. Still keeping an eye on it, but you can even tell on radar this thing is getting a lot weaker up there. You want to check on some of these other guys out over here? Yeah, these prefrontal storms are just bringing some thunder and rain right now. Latest scan over here near Wilson, still a decent area of rotation there. That's still one of our most tornadic storms. Our view from our webcam. Still is keeping an eye on that northern supercell, and you can just see, or eastern supercell, you can just see the mesocyclone barely just above the road, far in the distance. Checking back in on Pennsylvania storm trackers. Says that they're near Amelia Courthouse, so they are probably back still over on 360. Where is that webcam? It's just to the west of Petersburg. Looking at this storm, but eventually it will have a view of our tornado warned storm as it gets closer to the Sutherland. How is Michigan? You guys are good over there, I'm pretty sure. I know there's some storms that were supposed to fire. Yeah, it looks like they are getting started. Yeah, over in Michigan, just some rain. But I wouldn't rule out some severe weather eventually. We do have our severe threat picking up over here as well into Wisconsin, heading towards Manitowoc. 1-inch hail is possible. Not really expecting any NATOs out of these storms. Just some hail and damaging winds will be your main threat, and it should be on the low end of things. We're not talking about any big hail or anything like that possible up there. But, you know, honestly, probably the most interesting thing is going to be all the smoke. Wow. Man. All right. The smoke has made it into St. Louis, Bloomington, Urbana, Lafayette, Logansport, Kokomo, almost into Kentucky. Actually, it's in parts of Arkansas and Tennessee, about to move into northern Alabama. I wonder if my sunset's going to look crazy. But, man, look at this smoke, man. This is so bad. That is just a crazy amount of smoke. It's covering up. I mean, if you zoom out, I mean, that's like at least 1/6, 1/7 of the United States is now under smoke. And all of that is coming out of Canada because they're smoking us out on purpose. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's what some people were saying in chat earlier. I thought it was funny. All right, latest scan over here near Hume and Marshall, Virginia. Still not seeing a whole lot of strong rotation along the leading edge, but still keeping an eye on it. Eventually, that might try to get started. Again, these are the storms that are going to be moving into like Washington and Baltimore, so definitely worth keeping an eye on them. And then back over here, south of Richmond. Yeah, still have an area here of some circulation, but it's not nearly as strong as it was. It is getting a little bit weaker as of our latest scans, but I'd still be in your safe spots. It could maybe pick back up, but also could do the exact opposite, given the fact that, this little line of storms is a little bit outflow dominant. Also, Richmond is officially under severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Chester, Meadowbrook, and Richmond, Mechanicsville, and Highland Springs. Yeah, apparently there's like 1,200 fires burning right now in Canada. It's crazy. I still can't believe what's happening this early in the season. Still blows my mind. Yeah, MG, that's unfortunately true. Unfortunate. Oh, this storm over here, south of Bowling Green in Virginia, is starting to look a little bit more tornadic here. I'm not sure if that's side lobe contamination or not. There does seem to be some precipitation wrapping around that. That might be a very low precipitation supercell here. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. I do want to check with another radar just to get some. Yeah, I mean, both radars here are indicating there is some rotation developing here near Newton. I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning with this storm. And it looks like they've allowed this northern tornado warning to expire. Not very surprising. Our rotation pretty much evaporated right before our eyes, thankfully. I'm noticing some things happening over here near Cumberland, but really don't have many close radars. But it does appear like there is some circulation trying to develop here south of Green Spring in Maryland. Not sure if that's going to do anything, but just something to note. Keep an eye on. Getting dark in Centerville. Let me see where that is. Centerville, Ohio? Let me see if you're underneath. Well, you guys do have some storms popping up in Ohio. None of them are severe. Not expecting technically severe weather out here. But yeah, some thunderstorms should be possible at least. And also, what will eventually add to the darkness is going to be this little smoke. A smoke coming in. Man, I still can't believe that. I just want to look at that forever. Oh, looks like all of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Let me just double check. Make sure that's not like a communication issue. Well, what the heck? Okay. Man, I don't know what's going on with the comms, but they are drastically destroying weather-wise right now. Because according to Radar Omega, this is still active. But weather-wise does not have the warning. As you can see. So this is weather-wise, no warning. Radar Omega has the warning. It shows up on your weather-wise? Really? Let me try to do a refresh. Okay. I don't know why it disappeared on mine. That's weird. All right, latest update. Look at this. This storm is starting to rotate a little bit near Petersburg and Colonial Heights. Help, if you can get another view of that circulation. The one back to the west is getting a little bit weaker, and I'm not as concerned about the one that's tornado warned anymore, but this certainly looks a little interesting here near Colonial Heights. They might throw a new warning on that one if that tries to tighten up. It's all the tornadoes? Hopefully not. I mean, so far we haven't been able to confirm a tornado yet in Virginia. So I'm really hoping that that part of the threat falls apart. That's the hopes. Also, we're starting to get severe thunderstorm warnings on some of these storms. Actually, wow. Look at this. This storm over here is intensifying quite a bit, and rotation is picking up near Bryan's Road. This is heading towards Woodlawn, Fort Washington, Grovetown, Alexandria, here in Virginia. Yeah, if you can, I'd get a view on this one. Help. This one is is supposedly, according to all of our meso data, this storm is in the best environment to produce a tornado. And it is trying. Got some area of circulation there. Heading towards Mount Vernon. Would not rule that out getting tornado warranted. If it does, that's going to be Washington's threat. There as the storm is moving mainly to the north and east, as you can see. Also back over here near Glenmont. Gonna have to keep an eye on this storm near Fairland as well. This one's also in a pretty decent environment here near South Laurel and Bowie, Virginia. Back over here, still have potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east, but you know, maybe not. We've already seen a view inside of that storm, and it almost had zero wind. It looks like North Myrtle Beach is getting impacted here by some wind. New tornado warning has been issued in Maryland. Oh, yeah. So there we go. We officially have a tornado warning on this storm here near Mount Vernon, Fort Washington, Fort Hood, Waynewood. Again, this is just south and east, or just south of Washington. Actually, might miss Washington. We come very close to Washington, and Suitland, and Camp Springs. Does seem to be going off more to the north and east now. At least the circulation is. And our area of circulation is here, just to the north and west of Strawberry Hills Estates. This is in Maryland, technically. And just little tiny ports there of Virginia near Fort Hunt and Waynewood. The Washington one's supposed to be a thunderstorm at like 10 to 11 p or 12 a.m. Just depends. I mean, there's a lot of rain-cooled air in this area, so this could be a little bit more of a shorter-lived storm, depending on how long it can access some of the instability that is in this area. Also wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for this storm eventually as well. Let's come back to the south and check in on this storm just to the west of Petersburg. Yeah, looks like that Colonial Heights rotation dissipated there, and this one back over here continues to be dissipated. So I really do think by the time we get to 8 minutes from now, this is going to be gone unless something else develops. And I'm still keeping an eye on this storm as well near Newtown. Still an area of rotation pushing off to the east-northeast near Salvia and Newton. Those are our main storms in this area. Further back in North Carolina, we're still watching some of these storms near Belhaven. This thing's got some damaging winds heading over the Pamlico River and Aurora right now. Make sure you double check Maryland's cameras for that storm, that tornado warned storm, Tornado Explorer. And yeah, Myrtle Beach is going to get it. Then Sun Beach. Oh, you already are. Okay, never mind. Sunset Beach as well. Is going to get that storm. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended our severe thunderstorm warning just a tad bit to the north and east here into North Carolina. Yeah, other than that, that's pretty much what we're talking about. And looks like they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin to expire. Oh, man. Yeah, this storm definitely has a hook echo on it. Developing inflow. See those winds wrapping around on the backside. Winds over here on the front side as well.
Issued.
Rotation still isn't overly strong, though. New tornado warning here in Maryland. Yeah, for this storm. Not surprising. I mean, to be honest, doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation yet, but this thing, again, is in an environment that should be favorable for tornadoes. So if you live in Fairland, South Laurel, Scraggsville, Odenton, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Check this radar here, see what it says. Yeah, this radar has a little bit more rotation in this area. But again, you can definitely tell it's trying to form a mesocyclone and a hook echo. Also, some inflow as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued now for this portion of the line. And we have another little surge of wind back here. Got to watch this northern area for some tighter rotation. No debris signature, no tornado on the ground at this moment. But if you live in Marshall, the Plains, and Middleburg, I would be in your safe spots. This is our, fourth tornado warning here. So it's definitely getting more active, as you can tell, here in the northern portion of our storm. You live in Maryland. Are you cooked? Depends on where you live. How cooked? What? Damn, we got a lot of. I think the Gen Z has showed up in the chat. All right, latest scan out here. Still, some broad circulation with this storm just to the north and west of Simon Acres, heading up towards Fort Washington. That's a little bit stronger than it was. So it is continuing to try to increase in intensity. But as far as I could tell, still no debris signature. But yeah, to answer your question, if you're cooked or not, depends on where you live in Maryland. I have no idea where you live, so I can't just read your mind and let you know if you're cooked or not. Man, Washington is just dodging tornado warnings right now. Just realize that this storm is moving off in this direction. This storm is moving off in this direction. This storm is moving off in this direction. Near Luray, Virginia. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, sometimes people just get a tornado warning and then just assume a tornado touchdown. We didn't see any debris signature, so we weren't able to confirm tornadic activity via radar in Luray over there. All right, latest scan for this storm. Looks like our rotation's getting maybe a little bit weaker. As of our latest scan, it's not that strong anymore. Mainly just some damaging winds there, moving off towards Marshall and the Plains. But we're still going to come back and keep an eye on it. That storm, it keeps trying. So would I be surprised if it tries again? No. I would not be surprised if it tries again. Back over here near Fort Washington. It's still a decent area of rotation here, just to the west of Schuler Hills. Moving towards Piscataway Park, a Cocoa Keek lawn. I think that's how you say that. In Fort Washington. Back up a little bit further up to the north near Fairland. Only an interesting signature there. I think that is in the clear slot. Yeah. It appears to be in the clear slot, but I wouldn't completely rule that out as not a NATO. Just to be safe. But as far as we know and what we assume, over here near Kemp Mill, the tornado should happen here. It shouldn't happen here. That should be, yeah, that is a clear slot. Okay. Sometimes you got to check to make sure. Just in case. But yeah, that was definitely a clear slot. Ooh. Did not maintain the next scan. Well, the thing about that clear slot is it did have a little bit extra DBZs. It wasn't like, a blue clear slot, where it's just like no DBZs. It did have a little bit of DBZs in there, so I wanted to make sure. All right, let's come back down here further down to the south. Just double check back with our tornado warning here in Petersburg. Yeah, looks like this has officially been allowed to expire. They are going to extend this storm off to the east, though, for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Petersburg, Hopewell, Charles City.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they issued a tornado warning for this storm now in between Salvia and Newton. So far, looks like there's no debris signature yet, but there's definitely some rotation developing. That's going to be for Indian Neck, Champlain, and Dunbrook. Guys need to be in your safe spots. Little update on this storm on the Maryland-Virginia border, still to the south of Washington. All right, looks like we have to wait for our newest scans to come in. So we will do that. That is now officially 4 tornado warnings, I guess. Yeah, they didn't extend this last one. So we're still at 4 tornado warnings here in Virginia. And you can see 3 of them are near the Washington area of Virginia. None of them are for Washington. We have 2 in Maryland, 1 in Virginia, and another one back down over here in Virginia near Tappahannock. That's how you say that. But yeah, looks like the tornado threat is developing up here, unfortunately. We were hoping it wouldn't, but it is trying to develop. Yeah, no tornado yet, at least that we've been able to tell. Where's this camera, Tornado Explorer? This is in the path of one of our... This is a camera in Maryland. I'm assuming it's going to be in a tornado warning, but let me just... Near Liberty Hill Park. Okay. Cherry Hill Park. Near Hillendale. Hillendale. Okay. Wow. That is right next to that tornado. Okay, so this camera is literally right next to the rotation here in Maryland. So keep your eyes peeled. If this thing tries to drop, we should be able to see it. And this is the tornado warning storm near South Laurel and Laurel. Yeah, it's a bird's eye view too. Hopefully they control this camera. It would be really cool if they could control and just give us a little bit better view of that storm. I mean, the circulation's literally about to go directly over the camera here. And again, we're looking at this storm here near South Laurel. So keep your eyes peeled. If it drops a tornado, we should be able to see it. On velocities, though, hopefully we have some time before we see that happen. Further down to the south near Fort Washington, still south of Washington, D.C., still have an area here of some broad circulation heading towards Piscataway Park. Moving towards Fort Washington still. So you guys still need to be in your safe spots. Back over here near Middleburg, this is just to the west of Washington, heading towards Marshall, Blue Run Mountain Estates. Still mainly just an area here of some damaging winds pushing through Marshall. Still not seeing that broader circulation try to re-tighten back up just yet. Further back down to the south, away south of Washington, we have this circulation near Tappahannock, Virginia. Still with some circulation there, but not really that strong at the moment. Looks like it did get a little bit weaker. Yeah, we have a great view of the area here. Our camera's located right here, I think just near Cherry Hill Park, near Hillendale. So it's looking to the north. So we won't see the storm until it passes right in front of this camera. But there's your little hook, your mesocyclone, and our camera is right down. Let me zoom out on my radar a little bit more so you guys can see that. Right down there. So I'm assuming we'll be able to see the mesocyclone unless the camera's angled down a little bit too much, but we will be able to see the area directly under the mesocyclone, which is where a tornado would drop. So we have a good view on this storm. Hopefully we'll be able to confirm with you guys as it drops, which sometimes can be faster than the radar. So that's why we're trying to kind of giving this storm or staying on this camera view and using our radar on the bottom left instead of having the camera be small and using the radar as big, just because this could give us advanced warning here. But I'm watching all storms, so don't think I'm not watching your storm. This is WeatherWise, is the radar that we're using. Latest scan, still rotation. Does not look overly impressive on our storm here, but still keeping a close eye on it. Hopefully we can see it with the camera and be able to really tell if this thing's going to do anything. Back over here near Fort Washington, looks like our rotation is actually tightening up here south of Fort Washington. You see that rotation right there. You see our greens are pretty much touching our reds right next to Bryan Point Road. About to move over Piscataway Creek and eventually into the Fort Washington area itself. Again, this is in Maryland. You guys need to continue to be sheltered in place. So we just got a new update on this tornado warning down a little bit further to the south. That's going to be for Champlain. Rotation still struggling here, thankfully. Maybe a new area trying to redevelop on the southern side on that storm. Rexburg and Battery here in Virginia still need to be sheltered in their safe spots. Let's come back up a little bit further to the west near Middleburg again. And yeah, this storm now has pretty much zero rotation. And that is the latest. Is the storm going to pass Richmond? Yes, the storm is... whoa. The camera just got more green. Why did it get so green? I wonder if the storm itself has got like one of those green tints to it. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just going crazy. That is also possible. Yeah, so Richmond, over here near Mechanicsville and Highland Springs, 60-mile-per-hour winds should be coming through you guys right now. And then after that passes, that's going to be it for today for you guys. So once that rain starts to subside in Richmond, you guys are going to be good to go. I wouldn't go outside, though. South of Annapolis. Isn't Annapolis like... Where's Annapolis? I know it's near Washington. Let me see where that is. We'll come back over to the big screen. And Annapolis. Yeah, no, you guys are good. There is near Annapolis Junction, if you're talking about that. And that isn't a tornado warning over here. This depends. Oh, man. A little bit stronger. Rear flank downdraft on this storm. Again, our camera is located right here. The one that we've been watching. So that's why we've been watching it pretty closely. Yeah, maybe a little bit stronger of a rear flank downdraft that might kick off the storm's tornadic potential, but so far the rotation is still relatively unimpressive on radar right now. So not expecting to see a tornado yet, but sometimes you don't need that much rotation. Sometimes, storm just produces a small nado. So that's why we're watching it, seeing if we see anything the radar is not seeing. That's the point of cameras. Because in Alabama the other day, near Lacey Springs, we had a storm that probably, honestly, if I didn't switch over to correlation coefficient, I would have probably been like, why the heck did they warn this? But I switched it over to correlation coefficient, and it produced a tornado there right into Redstone Arsenal, and it really didn't have that strong of rotation indicated on radar, which is why cameras are important, just to make sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued back over here near King George. Right in here, there's your area of rotation. Heading towards Whedonville, Alnut, Ambar, Bertheville, and Dahlgreen here in Virginia. So you guys need to be getting into your safe spots. Eventually, that's going to be trying to track into Maryland as well. A little update on this storm. Still watching this area a little bit further to the south near Champlain. Still to see if this is going to try to intensify. So far, not seeing a correlation coefficient associated with any of our rotations at this moment, meaning I don't see a tornado on the ground with any of these storms right now. I think the closest one that we have to producing a tornado was this one, but it does seem like the rotation is getting a little bit weaker there. But again, would not rule out a brief tornado with these storms, even though the radar doesn't look too crazy. I'd still be in your safe spots in all of these areas, like Middleburg, over here near Fort Washington, in Maryland, back over here south of Baltimore, near Bowie, South Laurel, Odenton, back down here near Dahlgren, and then back over here just to the north and west of Tappahannock here in Virginia. So a couple areas need to be watching their storm. None of the rotations, at least on radar, are looking crazy. But, things could change. Got cells trying to do the NATO, but still no confirmed tornadoes yet out of any of these storms that we've heard of.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here in West Virginia. Wow. It's going to be for this area of circulation. That's over there near Greenwood. No debris signature, but definitely an area of rotation trying to happen. About to head into Sleepy Creek Wildlife Management Area. Right in here, there's your area of rotation. Moving off to the north and east, would certainly be sheltered in place for that storm. And that brings us now up to 6 tornado warnings. So we now have 6 tornado warnings out over here in Virginia and Maryland. All right, let's come back over to our camera view. And it looks like the circulation should be traveling pretty much right in front of this camera right now. Oh, what was that? I just saw a flash behind the H. What is that? Yeah, I see a bunch of flashes behind that H. I can't tell if that's just like a video problem. It's weird. Not flashing anymore. Video problem looks like. Okay. And sometimes the if you see a flash near the surface, it can indicate a power flash or a tornado on the ground. But it does appear like that was a video glitch. Latest scan on this storm, I'm going to be honest, folks. I don't think this is producing. That's just my brutal honesty here. over here near Glen Burnie, I mean, the rotation is pretty much non-existent. No debris signature. There's not a single iota of rotation. And it's getting a merger right now, so it's about to become pretty outflow dominant. We'll see if that merger helps it. Sometimes it can, but that is not looking tornadic. This one over here near Middleburg, definitely not looking tornadic. Wouldn't rule out tornado warning for this storm, though. Over there near Broad Run, definitely got another gust here that they're probably going to want to be out ahead of and give you guys a notification on. Just the fact that we have a little gust front here means that we could see a new circulation develop over there just to the north and west of New Baltimore. Back over here near Martinsburg, still keeping an eye on this area as well. This is in West Virginia. About to push into like near Hancock and Hagersville here in Maryland.
A new
Still
tornado warning has been issued.
An interesting area there, broader circulation. New tornado warning, that's going to be extending our Fort Washington tornado warning off to the north and east for this circulation, which is pretty broad. Our new circulation, though, seems to be handing off maybe a little bit there south of Windbrook. This is probably our most tornadic rotation in this storm near Piscataway and heading towards Thrift. So I'd be in your safe spots for that. Back over here near King George and Dahlgreen, still keeping an eye on this rotation. Definitely seeing these greens increase a little bit more, meaning our wind speeds are increasing out in front of the storm. And it is still a tight circulation. Not quite there producing a tornado yet, as we don't have a debris signature yet, but definitely still a storm to watch out for. Still moving off to the north and east, towards the Dahlgreen, Virginia area, and then just a little bit further to the south of that. This area of rotation looks even weaker now, south of Champlain. So this storm is definitely struggling there. Do like a broad scale view so you guys can see all the warnings and how they've progressed here for a little bit. Trying to think which one of these storms would I want to see with my eyes the most. Is this storm getting any closer to any of our cameras? Tornado Explorer. I don't really think this storm is going to produce anytime soon. It's going to have to really reorganize and clear out some of that colder air. Okay, yeah, we got a tornado warning coming in for this storm here shortly, in my opinion. Actually, one of the tighter circulations we've seen right in there near Little Georgetown. No debris signature yet, but that's pretty darn close. At least for this part of the line, that's definitely the strongest rotation we've seen embedded in this line. So hopefully they can get that tornado warning out here shortly. Folks that'll probably be asked to go to their safe spots is Broad Run, Little Georgetown, over there near Antioch and Crescent, Gibson Hill Estates, Long Level Estates, and Hopewell. So if you guys live in that area, just be ready to go to your states or to go into your safe spots immediately. And if I was in Little Georgetown, I would already be in my safe spot, just in case this thing tries to produce before the tornado warning gets issued. Oh, there it is.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has been issued for Broad Run, Hopewell, Antioch, Crescent, Gibson Hill Estates, Hickory Grove Acres, Forest Lake, Bull Run Mountain. All need to be in their safe spots. That's going to be for this area of rotation. Also noticing another little one to its south near Pilgrim's Rest as well. That might need to be monitored. Not right now, but maybe in the future if that can get its act together. Latest scan, though, still not indicating a tornado on the ground, but rotation's definitely there on this storm. That's looking pretty darn close to being able to produce there. So I would certainly be in your safe spots for that warning. Further off to the north near Sleepy Creek Wildlife Management Area, our area of rotation is still in progress here, but it is looking a lot broader and weaker than before. And this is in West Virginia, about to cross over close to Hancock, but it's really looking unimpressive at this moment in terms of its rotation. Back over here near Fairland, Cleventon, still same story, still struggling there. South and east of Washington and Maryland. Wow. Okay, this circulation is actually getting a little bit more organized. I hope, and what should happen is they extend this warning or add a new warning, maybe a little bit further to the east, like this, maybe including Danville, pretty close to Rosaryville as well, as it definitely seems like our southern rotation is becoming our dominant rotation here south of Winbrook. You can see that rain is wrapping around that rotation right in there. There's your inflow. Probably can feel that warmer air coming over Brandywine and TB and Danville as it moves into the storm. And yeah, you can definitely tell that mesocyclone is developing here on radar, which is where a tornado would drop out of. Back over here near Dahlgreen, looks like our rotation is now a little bit weaker. You can see those greens have gone from a little bit brighter of a color to a little bit more dimly lit. That is meaning that still struggling now. And then in the latest scan, even less dimly lit. So again, still an area of rotation nonetheless, but one that is, I would say, still struggling out over there. And this one has almost completely lost all of its marbles there. So not worried about that storm anymore. But yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we have 6 tornado warnings in Maryland, West Virginia, and Virginia, all of which, or none of which yet, have produced a tornado. As far as we know, but we have a couple trying. It does look like they allowed this tornado warning here near Middleburg to expire. So that one has officially been allowed to expire. No confirmed, radar confirmed tornadoes yet. Here's kind of the broad scale view. You can see Virginia's right here. And it's really just up in this northeastern corner of Virginia where we're seeing the most of our tornadic activity right now. I-95 cam, can I please pull up? Let me see where I-95 is. Yeah, apparently there's an I-95. Is that the camera that we're looking at right here? Tornado Explorer. Can you show me on the map where this is really quick? There, Brandywine. Oh, wow. That's like, it's about to get hit by the circulation. This camera, although it's blurry, this is like directly in the path of this tornado warning circulation here in Maryland. I'm about to head into Blandford Village. Our camera's like right up here, north and west of Brandywine, which is right next to this circulation. So keep a close eye on it. The circulation is not there yet, but that's the one that's just off the left of the screen. This storm definitely has an impressive area of circulation. Still no debris signature yet, but if you live near Blandford Village, Clinton Wood here in Maryland, I would definitely be in your safe spots for this storm. All right, back over here, north of that, storm is still struggling here near South Laurel and Laurel. Still not overly concerned about this storm yet. Keeping a close eye on it. Very close eye on it. Back over here near Fredericksburg in Virginia. We still have this area of circulation south and east of Amber, moving off to the north and east. But look at that. Even less illuminated here. So this tornado warning's probably going to be allowed to expire before it crosses into Maryland, unless something changes here shortly. And this one, I mean, that one, you can see, we have the greens, tons of greens, but we have no grays or reds at all, meaning that our winds are going pretty much in the same direction. We got really no turning wind in this area. So that's great to see. That's what you want to see in a storm that's tornado warned. If you don't want to get hit by a tornado, though some people every now and then come into chat and they're like, what? No tornado for me? I'm sad. All right, over here north of Broad Run, you can see that our colors here on the south are definitely looking a little bit less intense. And then look at that latest scan. Our grays and reds went away. Our brighter greens going into blue went away. So that is indicating that this storm has basically just lost all of its rotation, is now more of a damaging wind threat. So it was a brief circulation. I got pretty close there. You know, honestly, would it surprise me if we get a confirmed brief tornado over there near Little Georgetown eventually? No, it wouldn't surprise me at all. But would I be surprised if we get another brief tornado in Antioch? Yes, that would surprise me a lot because our winds, our rotation has completely died on that storm. Let's come back over here to West Virginia, check in on our Sleepy Creek storm. Yeah, Sleepy Creek storm is also losing its rotation quite quickly there as well. That seems to be the moral of the story for a lot of our storms, which is they start off strong and then they lose it pretty quick, and then they try again and then they lose it. So that is still kind of the trend here. Today has been crazier than you expected. So far, honestly, hasn't been that crazy. I have a lot of tornado warnings, but 0 confirmed tornadoes out of any of these storms right now. So even though it looks crazy, so far, as far as we know, hasn't really been too crazy yet. May I check Baldwin County storm? Let me see where that is. Baldwin County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Yes, thankfully they have finally extended this a little bit further to the east here for Rosaryville, Marlton, and Chrome. There's your area of rotation. For this one in particular, near Blandford's Village, there's our inflow. Our winds, the reds, are going in this direction. But you can see we have a lot of grays in between, meaning that this rotation is still a little bit on the broad side. So we're probably not going to see a debris signature when we switch over to here, and we don't. So we still don't have a confirmed, or at least radar confirmed tornado yet. But this rotation very well could tighten up still and drop a tornado. This is another one of our potentially stronger rotations here that we have ongoing right now. And again, this is in Maryland, near Rosaryville and Marlton, just to the south and east of Washington. Looks like traffic is increasing on this camera. Not exactly sure what's causing that. This is right next to this area of circulation. So I'm wondering if they're seeing the storm and maybe getting scared, or maybe there's a light here. There could be a light. I see a light in the distance. I just wanted to check to make sure there wasn't anything else going on. Just watch it for a little bit. And seems like there might be a light behind us. Yeah, that's this storm. Fortunately, we don't have a great view of the storm itself, but if anything happens, what is going on? Our storm chaser near Amelia Courthouse, Virginia, has caught a rainbow. Wait, is that a double rainbow? It's a double rainbow. Right. You know what? Can't always see the storms. Sometimes you can get a rainbow. Storm chasers are wasting gas. What are you talking about, man? What do you think? Because they don't see a tornado constantly, it's just not worth going out and chasing a storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, they're still keeping the warning on this storm, surprisingly. And I can see, honestly, I can kind of see why. It's not super obvious, but there is some increasing greens here. And we do have some grays and reds building in here. So an area of circulation is there, technically. It's pretty weak right now, but in comparison to what it was, I mean, this storm really didn't have much rotation to start with. So in comparison to what it was, this is, it seems to be a developing circulation. So if you live over there near Skaggsville and Columbia, here in Maryland, I'd be in your safe spots. And unfortunately, these warnings are getting closer and closer to the Baltimore area. Still don't have to be in your safe spots in Baltimore, but there's a decent portion of you guys that might have to be if this storm continues for much longer. Back over here in West Virginia, just want to give an update. Rotation is gone. Broad gone. That warning's going to be out of here shortly if it's not already. Yeah, it'll be out of here shortly. Back over here near South Riding, this is in Virginia. Still not seeing any new circulations developing. This tornado warning will be gone shortly. Looks like our southern tornado warning has officially was it over here? Yeah. The tornado warning near Dahlgreen has been allowed to expire. And as you can see, those greens continue to fade. I mean, those reds continue to fade. They kind of built back there on the last scan, but still not a whole lot of intense greens on the map, which means that circulation is still relatively weak there near Dahlgreen, even though there still is some there. And also, it does seem like they've just allowed this tornado warning to expire here near the Tappahannock area. And that's the latest. A little bit of a broad screen view. Let's check back in with this camera. Is this the only camera that we have in the path of this storm? Is there anyone like maybe a little bit further up to the north where we could still maybe see a view? Maybe one that's just a little bit farther away, but might still be facing towards. Yeah, the one near Camp Springs, probably not. As they're facing south, but that's going to be in the rain shield. You want to go more east. If there's nothing like close to the east, I'd go searching for this storm near Baltimore, because we'll probably be able to get a couple of really good views on the storm near Baltimore. Yeah, that tornado warning in West Virginia has officially been allowed to expire, and so has this one near Blue Run Mountain Estates. So we are now down to, believe it or not, only 2 tornado warnings after all of that. Actually 3 technically, because there's 2 tornado warnings on this storm, but it's 2 tornado warned storms. And this one continues to look like a problem here near Blandford Village. Still relatively broad circulation, but you can definitely see a clear hook echo. That rain is wrapping around that circulation. You got the inflow of the storm still coming over the Cheltenham area. And a tornado would drop right here in this area of the storm, and still not seeing a debris signature, thankfully. But I still want Cheltenham, Rosaryville, Lantry, Chrome, and Marlton to continue to be in their safe spots, just in case this storm, continues to try to reorganize that rotation. It's been a little bit of a secular supercell, which means the rotations have been up and down on this storm quite consistently, but it's been keeping it for a while. Definitely don't want to completely second guess the storm. And then, be caught outside of your safe spots when it decides to do something. Western. Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, our terminal radar right next to it says 0 rotation. Interesting. Yeah, I guess we're just seeing a lot of rotation aloft from this radar, but this terminal radar that's right here, you see the storm's actually outflow dominant, and that's our closest radar, so we're going to trust that one over the one that's far away. And yeah, from the terminal radar itself, it looks like this thing is actually losing its rotation as we speak. These scans come in, I think, once every minute. So that means that we're getting a much more up-to-date view on the storm from this radar that's closer by. Would you be concerned about the storm near Baldwin County? Let's see where Baldwin County is. Baldwin County. You're still not telling me which state that's at. I asked you last time, and you still haven't told me. What does it look like? It doesn't look like this storm has made it to you yet. Tell you are in the cone. What? What are you talking about? What cone? All right, some of y'all's comments just aren't making sense. I don't know what's going on. Also, a little severe thunderstorm warning over here near Panama City, by the way. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible there. Also back over here south of Richmond, still some severe winds, 60 mile per did I just let it? No. 60 mile per hour winds heading towards Charles City. That's south and east of Richland. Also have this storm over here near Montrose. One in Channel 60 mile per hour winds still possible heading towards Palmtown, Carey's Corner, Tidwell, Westmoreland, Hinnom, Zacata, Crisford, and Nomini Grove. Where is that camera? Tornado Explorer. Brooklyn. Where is that? Yeah, can you just do like a little click and show real quick? Oh, it's near Columbia. And that's in Maryland? Okay. Where is Columbia? Oh, it's up here. Okay, so this camera that we're watching is right here. Mark that on the map. South of Columbia. Right in here, that's this camera. In this tornado warning, it's perfectly placed if this storm were to produce a tornado, but on all of our radars, the rotation still looks really weak. If the camera's fuzzy, that means there's probably a lot of rain on it. A lot of rain. And what that does is the camera focuses on the rain and then it looks fuzzy. Fortunately, there's not much we can do. Traffic cameras are unfortunately not maintained by professional camera peeps. But I mean, you can definitely tell, at least from this camera view, that it's raining. It doesn't seem like it's hailing too hard because the cars are still driving. So, I mean, that's about all that I think the storm has got in it right now. I mean, on the rotation, I mean, we got a terminal radar right next to it and still not seeing any concerning rotation right now. We do have still a little bit of rotation here near King's Contrivance, but it's definitely on the weaker side here. So come check back over on this storm near Rosaryville. Yeah, this storm has actually lost all of its rotation. It is now outflow dominant, mainly just a wind threat. They'll probably let that tornado warning expire unless they're warning it based on this radar. If they're warning it based on this radar, we'll probably see it extended a little bit further off to the east here in Maryland. Because that is indicating technically that we have rotation aloft. And you can see if I go higher in tilt, on this radar, you can see that rotation showing up a lot. You got those greens next to the reds there, but closer to the surface where, you know, a tornado would actually form, not aloft or not above the surface. You can tell that we've got this little boundary here. You see how that's kind of curved just like that? The reds are on this side. The greens are solidly on this side. That is indicating that our storm is outflow dominant. Our mesocyclone would be back in here. Here's the storm's mouth, the inflow. And outflow dominant means there's cold air behind this line. And you can see that cold air is actually moving out in front of the mesocyclone and into the storm's mouth, right? Imagine it has teeth, right? And storms do not like cold air. They do not like cold air. So this storm is throwing up an outflow boundary. Just a lot of cold air working its way into the storm, which is why the storm is struggling right now. All right, latest tornado warning update here. Yeah, it looks like they're still saying it's radar indicated, not on the ground. I would imagine they do expire it unless they're just going to be. They could be cautious, right, and extend it just because there is so much rotation aloft. When did this tornado warning come through? I didn't even get an indication from my program. It must be the comms problem still happening here. Let me just make sure I didn't mute it. Audio's going. Okay. Yeah, but we do have a new tornado warning down here for Temple Man, Nomini Grove, Mount Holly, Hinnom, Palm Town. This was just issued about a minute ago. You guys need to be in your safe spots. We have a couple areas of rotation. You can see those brighter greens have returned on this storm, and we are starting to see more grays and reds come in here. And actually see we have a little bit of gray and red pretty close to those brighter greens here in our radar, and that's moving towards Templeman and Nomini Grove. So do I think that rotation is strong enough yet to produce a tornado? Not yet. I still think it's technically on the weaker side, but certainly worth, I think, being in your safe spots just in case the storm decides to get its act together at the last moment. You definitely don't want to, get caught with your pants down on any of these storms right now. What about North Laurel? Isn't that like up here? Yeah, there's North Laurel is right here. That storm is just to the north of you. The circulation will stay to your north. So if you're not, like, even if you live technically in the tornado warning here near Stevens Road or like Hammond's Promise or just south of the interchange here, you're fine. You're going to be fine. You can come out of your safe spots. This rotation is officially moving away from you. Folks that still need to be in their safe spots for this storm a little bit further up to the north here is going to be like Guilford, King's Contrivance, Skaggsville, Simpsonville, Columbia, Waterloo, like the Long Beach area, Owen Brown, Mission Heights. People that come out of their safe spots are like Hillsboro, West Laurel, Walker Hill, New Birmingham Manor, and Burtonsville here in Maryland. And again, this is just to the south and west of Baltimore. You can see Baltimore's right up there. Hopefully, we don't have to get a tornado warning issued for Baltimore because there's going to be a lot of people running to their safe spots. But, better safe than sorry if it does happen. But so far, this storm has not produced. But just because I think this is such a highly populated area, I think they're being extra careful out here with this storm. So wouldn't necessarily rule out the possibility of parts of Baltimore being put into a tornado warning here in a little bit. Yeah, that's the latest. Back over here near Leesburg, Ashburn, Martinsburg, still watching out for the potential here for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Have not seen any new circulations really develop along this part of the line in quite a while. So hopefully that continues to stay quiet. Dunkirk, Maryland. Oh, this storm? Yeah, I mean, a lot that has a lot of rotation. Near the surface, it has none. This is a terminal radar. The best way to think about radars in terms of distance away from storms, right? So this radar is looking really far away from the storm. If you come over to like a blank map and draw something here. So that radar that's near Washington, say there's storms over here, right? Little crappy storm there with a little storm base, right? This one, like close to Washington, is looking at this part of the storm. Tornadoes don't form in that part of the storm. So if that's all we got, then we take it and we use it. But the terminal radar is like right over here. Now, this radar is like near an airport. This radar is looking at the bottom part of the storm. Okay. And so tornadoes do form on the bottom part of the storm. So that's the part I am most interested on this storm. And So this one back over here near Washington is looking way up into the storm, but this one back over here is looking closer to the surface here near Marylton. And as you can see, closer to the surface, we're not really seeing a whole lot of those greens touching the reds. Like bright greens touching bright reds. Not seeing that, so not really indicating much strong rotation on the surface of this storm. Now, aloft, like we were talking before, way above the surface, we do still have some decent rotation on this storm. So I wouldn't surprise me completely if they extended it, but it just really depends on, how they want to treat this storm. If they want to be extra cautious, because sometimes that rotation aloft can end up working its way back down to the surface, then they'll extend this into, near Marlboro Village, Lothian here in Maryland. All right, coming back down to the storm over here near Montrose. Yeah, it looks like we're still kind of dealing with the same things. We still got the brighter greens here, the inflow of the storm, and still some grays and reds back over here just to the south and west of Templeman. And then let's check on this guy. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to want to be cautious here, and they are extending this tornado warning off to the east. That's going to be towards Lothian. Now, that is because they're worried about this storm's rotation in the mid-levels, making it down to the surface. So, and if you live in this area, I would be in your safe spots, again, in Lothian, Maryland. Thank you, John, for the 5. Tornado apparently off of Fort Frank Trippett Road. Let me see. Where? In Prince George's County. Okay. Prince George's County. Okay, that's this one. Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that. Where are you getting that report? So somebody's saying this storm could have a tornado on the ground, which doesn't really line up with what the radar is saying. So I'm just trying to figure out where they got that report. Sometimes people say that and they're just saying, yeah. Dan's listening to the scanners in this area, and he says that he hasn't heard anything. So it would pop up on the scanners. The medical people that run the ambulances and the police officers and fire trucks out there, they would all be chatting about it like crazy if they were getting reports of damage, tornadic damage, or if they saw a tornado. So nothing on the scammers, on the scanners. So, no confirmation on this storm just yet. And it would surprise me if we did get one, but I still want folks out there to be in their safe spots and respecting this storm, because again, we do still have that rotation aloft on this storm. And if that makes it down to the surface, this storm could eventually produce a tornado as it gets really close to Lothian. Let's come back over here towards our Baltimore storm. Yeah, latest scans on our terminal radar here still have a little area of rotation now near Guilford, Virginia, Maryland, sorry, heading up towards Owen Brown, crossing over. Let me see if that's got like an actual street name. Yeah. Oh boy, Patuxent Fairway, heading up towards Long Beach and Montgomery Run. Again, not very strong circulation here at all. But, again, it could tighten up. Be in your safe spots just in case it tries to wrap up a little bit quicker. Because, again, the environment out in this area is technically pretty conducive for tornadoes. It just doesn't seem like many of the storms are really taking advantage of the environment all by themselves, mainly because, look around. We got rain everywhere, lots of rain-cooled air out in this area. And again, the storms don't like that rain-cooled air, so they're struggling right now. But that doesn't mean they'll always only be eating that rain-cooled air. Eventually, some of these little mergers might clear out, and just a little itty-bitty part of that warm, moist air that the storms likes makes it into it for about 5-10 minutes, and then all of a sudden, you got a tornado on the ground. So that's why we're being cautious out here with these NATO warnings. So just be in your safe spots when you get one issued, even if the rotation doesn't look really crazy yet. Because sometimes these storms can get crazy fast, and you just don't want to second guess them. Annapolis is still not in a tornado warning. The storm that's approaching Lothian is technically moving to your south right now. But it could make a pretty close approach to you, so you don't have to be in your safe spots yet, but this is going to be your threat for today. I thank you, Sinothian, for the 5, considering we did have one here in Daldek 2 weeks ago. How is the Dundalk, Baltimore city area looking? I mean, it's conditional tornado threat. It's possible that something could eventually develop. New tornado warning has been issued for this storm now, near Charlotte Hill. Again, another area, not super strong rotation, but again, could eventually develop. If you live in Newport, Dentsville, Charlotte Hill, Hall, you guys just need to be in your safe spots there. That our closest radar is that one. I'm assuming, yeah, from our far away radar, definitely getting a stronger indication of rotation. That seems to be kind of the pattern across the board. The mid levels of our storms are definitely rotating quite a bit, which is why they're, being so cautious. It really only takes, honestly, with some of these storms, it really only takes a couple of minutes, and that rotation that is in the middle port of the storm organizes all the way, gets stretched all the way down into the bottom of the storm, and then you see a tornadic circulation develop, damage get caused, and so that's why they're being pretty cautious right now in this area. Yeah, EMS and fire would be chatting about if there's a tornado, those calls come in so quickly. The calls come in very quickly. Folks, the EMS get the calls about injuries, and then when you get a call about an injury, they're also probably talking about damage, and they'll give their experience. Oh my gosh, I was just sitting in my house, and then all of a sudden my roof is gone. My arm hurts. I need some medical assistance. It becomes very apparent, especially we're not talking about, bum F the middle of nowhere here in Alabama with these storms, where you could have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground and not get any reports from EMS and fire until it actually goes into a smaller city. But out over here, I mean, there's literally a person in a house every couple of feet out in this area. So if something happens, we're going to hear about it immediately. We're going to get that confirmation tag on our tornado warnings here real quick. So you technically don't need storm chasers. Not sure what's happening with I think you're Peter hit for the 2. What's going on, Tornado Explorer? Seems like you're having some issues. All right, let's come back over here and check in on our storm near Baltimore. There we go. Work. Oh, okay, I see you're struggling again. Over here near Columbia, still have an area of rotation over here near Hopewell, but you can still see, our greens are not that bright yet with this storm. Our reds are also not that bright either. You see how they're a faded color. We do have a little tighter area where that rotation exists, but again, still relatively on the weaker side of things. Not seeing a correlation coefficient with this storm. Let's come back over to this radar and just check just in case. Yeah, not seeing a correlation coefficient, which means no debris signature. We don't have anything lofting debris into the air with this storm. But I would still be sheltered in place. I mean, this is still a storm that has rotation. So, Long Ranch, I'd be in your safe spots. This will expire in 8 minutes unless they feel like they need to extend it. If they do extend it, it's probably going to get extended into parts of Baltimore, areas like Ellicott City, Woodlawn. But the difference about this storm in comparison to some of our other storms, this storm doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation aloft. So there might be an argument for this storm's tornado warning to be expired unless we start to see that rotation get a little bit stronger. It's not like these storms down here where we're seeing more rotation aloft, but not a whole lot at the surface. All right, let's check our radar closer. to the ground here, we're actually starting to see that rotation work its way down to the surface a little bit more. You can see those reds are getting brighter. We got some grays developing on the northern side, and our area of rotation is about to head into Leon near Glendenning Nature's Preserve and Green Landing. That's going to be moving towards Lothian here pretty shortly. So I would certainly be sheltered in place. That rotation aloft is starting to make it down to the ground. Latest scan on this storm, kind of the opposite story. Rotation isn't doing that great near the surface. We do definitely still have rotation aloft, but you can see our greens are still kind of muted near Newport and Burkewood Estates, and still really not much red on the western side of the circulation either. So still struggling near the surface. And then back over here a little bit further to the south. Man, I really hate that you guys have a radar hole here. Like all the people that live in like Tappahannock, Kilmarnock. There's really horrible radar coverage out here. Yeah, I mean, this one still has a little bit of those brighter greens still, indicating some pretty strong winds on the northern side of this. Still not super impressive on the red. So coming over to our debris scan, I'm not expecting to see anything, and I really don't. But I still wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado with this storm near like Palm Town. That's my latest opinion on everything. And we wait for the next scan. Silver Spring camera? Is it like a traffic cam? Oh, only during the summer months? Gotcha. About Howard County? Yeah, I mean, these guys still have a tornado warning nearby you, but again, we haven't really seen much evidence of this storm maintaining circulation. So, I would give it a pretty high probability that they'll let this expire. Just because if they do reissue it and nothing happens, that's going to be a lot of people that get a false alarm out there. And this storm really hasn't shown much signs at all of organizing. So that's my opinion. I think they're going to allow it to expire, but I could be wrong. Sometimes the NWSs in different areas are a little bit more cautious than other areas. So they could still extend it technically. The news just reported a funnel cloud. Which one? Which storm? On the Columbia storm? Oh, this? No. Yeah, that's not debris. You see, okay, so this is a great learning moment for the people that are trying to learn radar. So you see right here, there's our heavy rain and reflectivity, right? Our tornado would likely happen in the mesocyclone, which usually forms in this area of the storm. Now, when you get an area on our radar where there's just a complete lack of precipitation, what you get is it will show up sometimes it'll look like a debris signature. But the thing is about debris signatures is that if there isn't any reflectivity over it, so not only will that large debris pop up on our CC, but it also pops up on our reflectivity as well. Weaker tornadoes will show up, as green on the radar or yellow. And our stronger ones will even show up with pink over that debris signature. So you see over here, we got that clear air. The debris signature above it has no reflectivity nearby it, no rotation underneath it either. So as you can tell, that is not a debris signature. That is just clear air contamination. Yeah, there is no way to predict if a tornado will hit a town. It's just best to be, watching the storms, seeing where the warnings go, and just be ready to go into your safe spots if something happens. Oops. It looks like our Baltimore warning has officially been allowed to expire. They say the storm that which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible within this thunderstorm. So they're talking about this guy. The polygon's still there because weather-wise keeps the warning up. They're just saying that it's going to be allowed to expire, but some radar apps, they'll just remove the tornado warning altogether, which, to each their own. It's going to be allowed to expire anyway. So, yeah, that's great news. This is going to be allowed to expire. We'll keep our eye on it. You never know. But in my professional opinion, I really do feel like this storm is entering into a much worse environment for tornadic activity, just given the fact that there's a lot of rain out there and a lot of storms nearby it. But you never know. Sometimes these storms can, even in really crappy environments, they can sometimes surprise you. All right, let's come back over here and check in on Lothian, where we still have an area of some circulation near the surface. You can kind of tell, though, that these reds are a little bit less bright on the southern side than they were. So it looks like this little surface circulation is starting to kind of lose its marbles there again. And if we come over here far away and check in on the mid-levels, look at that. Our mid-level circulation is starting to dissipate as well. So another storm in which it tries, gets close, but as far as we know, has not produced yet. Saw a funnel cloud near Fairfax. Be careful with those, especially with these storms. They're going to have a lot of low-hanging clouds under those. So a lot of times the public will report that as a funnel cloud, but it's not actually a funnel cloud. It's just what we call scud, which, if you come over here and draw again, you get a storm on the base. You'll get like these weird looking striations underneath it, right? That's your wall cloud. And then you get the storm kind of rise up to the north of that. And sometimes you can get these like weird scuddy looking things. It looks like a funnel cloud, but actually all it is just some moisture being condensed, because underneath this portion of the storm, that is where your updraft is rising, right? And so the warm, moist air in which rises in that updraft, by the time it hits a certain level of the atmosphere, it's going to start to condense. Where is that camera, Tornado Explorer? It's going to start to condense. And then what you're seeing in the scuddy fingers underneath it is that moisture condensing as it hits a certain level of the atmosphere. Now, the best way to know if it's scud or not, or a funnel, is when the scud starts to appear really smooth. Scud will have like these weird jagged edges, kind of like that. And a funnel will always be very smooth. So if you see smooth and you see it definitely got some motion around it like so, then that's probably a funnel, while in this is just harmless scud. And sometimes we call those SLCs, or scary looking clouds. Looks like a cheese curd. Could be. Scary looking cheese curds. We have a lot of contacts with Fairfax County Fire, Montgomery County, and PG County. This is where you live, after all, and no confirmed tornadoes by these storms. Yeah, so just another indication there. Looks like we're starting to get a view of some storm here. Sorry, do you mind going out and then back in? I was not paying attention. I want to see where this is located. We're on a bridge. We know that for sure. There's water underneath. This is near Newburgh in Maryland. Newburgh. Maryland. Oh, that's over here. That'd be looking this way, right? I don't know why my alerts. I haven't heard an alert in a while from my warning thing. I don't know what's causing it. Let me do a refresh. All right, over here near Dentsville, Serenity Woods, Carico Mill, Du Bois, Kindy Hook. I do have an area of some weak circulation back over here. You can see that the The greens are really not that bright. Our reds are still pretty muted here near Amy's Acres, near Knoll Crest. Moving up towards Serenity Woods, Carico Mill. That could eventually try to organize, but as of right now, our circulation is still relatively on the weaker side of things, given the lack of bright colors there in close proximity. Further down to the south, checking back in with this storm. Yeah, this is probably expired by now. Yeah, they haven't like officially expired it, but it looks like they're probably going to allow it to because that area, very weak circulation, is moving out of that tornado warning. Yeah, Annapolis, Maryland just needs to be weather aware. Your rotation on your storm is struggling pretty decently here. It's been struggling for a while near the surface. It did try to form a surface rotation briefly, but it failed pretty quickly. So I would be ready to go into your safe spots just in case they extend this warning, but I wouldn't be freaking out about the storm much yet because, again, the circulation is pretty weak. A lot's going to have to improve before that tries to produce.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
John P., yes, that is possible. They did issue a tornado warning for this. Interesting. I mean, there's not a whole lot of rotation, just pretty strong winds here heading over Narrow Beach and Coles Point. So I'd be in your safe spots. Not concerned for a tornado threat right now with this storm. Again, we have lots of green, meaning we got winds moving in this direction. We don't have like any grays on the backside, no reds indicating any strong circulation, just some pretty strong winds. Surprised they extended that, but we are kind of looking at this in a radar hole. Let me see if we can see this storm with this radar. Maybe that'll give us a better view. Yeah, it's showing the same thing, so not much of a difference between those views. Wow, you can actually see like a shelf cloud here. Look at this. The camera view down just a tad. Little shelf cloud. For tornado to be confirmed, it has to be seen. Well, it has to be seen, or it has to be like on radar, right? Or it might not be seen on radar or on the ground. But then eventually we confirm it with damage. That also happens, like with rain wrap storms, like brief rain wrap circulations. Like if you have like a QLCS, which is basically just like a lot of these supercells within a line of storms. They can produce like really brief and fast tornadoes, and you never catch them on radar, and they're rain wrapped, and you never see them in person. And Storm Watcher's weather is a bot, maybe. Says Storm Watcher's weather. Gotcha. Thank you for letting us know. Newport News. I mean, you guys do have a line of storms coming towards you, but I mean, we're not even talking about strong winds with this. Just mainly some heavy rain. Looks like a little prefrontal did try to develop near Rushmore. That hasn't developed any circulation. And as of right now, this looks very classically outflow dominant. So looks like just some rain and wind coming for you guys over there in Newport News. Further up to the north, we still got these storms over near Hagerstown and Frederick, near Ballinger Creek, Walkersville, Thurmont, and Hagersville, or Hagerstown. That is moving up to the north and east towards you guys. Not seeing any dangerous rotations there, just some 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your guys' way. Signs down by Oderton. Yeah, let's check on our storm reports. We haven't gone over our storm reports in a while, or at all today. So let's do that really quick. Do a quick little overview of what's been getting reported, at least for like damage out here, any of these storms. And yeah, as you can see, it's pretty sparse right now. I've had a couple of reports of trees down near like the Richmond area, just south and west of Richmond, but nothing recently out of these storms. So hopefully that means that in terms of like strong damaging winds. We haven't seen many. And as you just saw there, we also don't have any tornado reports. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's your storm. Zero XP. Are you still worried about your XP? That's wild. This kid is getting scarred for the rest of his life. He has come into chat. He has chatted his messages, and he has not gotten a single XP. Not a single XP. This will affect his life for the rest of his life. Yeah, I went to elementary school in Canterbury Woods. That's where I went to elementary school. The plane that hit the Pentagon went right over my school when I was a kid during recess. So I saw the plane. Latest scan back over here near Meter and Coles Point. Still some circulation here. I feel like we talk about this every time we cover this area, but it is still probably one of the craziest stories of my life. I was out at recess. My dad always took me to the airport. So like there used to be like an airport. I forget where it is. I think it's the national airport out here. It's near the Potomac River. He would always bring me to that airport. Like there was this field with trees, and he'd bring me and my brothers. Like there's like these rocks near the shore that we would jump on and climb on. And so like we would. I was very aware of planes and like how high they were flying, like near my school and all that kind of thing. And I remember when I saw that plane fly over my that day, I was like, wow, that seems low. And yeah, and in fact was low, and in fact hit the Pentagon. Hey, thank you, Shinohian, for the $5. Curious, have I ever gone through a tornado? No, never been hit by a tornado. I've chased tornadoes. I've been very close to tornadoes before. I've never actually been hit by one. Okay, latest scan on this storm. Looks like our rotation is dying off. We did just get an update. It looks like they're saying the storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears to be capable of producing a tornado. So that's good news. So that one over there near Annapolis is going to be allowed to expire. So everybody near Lothian, like Wason's Corner, Bristol, Tracy Meadows, Hunt Valley, Harwood, can all come out of their safe spots. This one's also going to be allowed to expire in 4 minutes. 100%. And then this one, 19 minutes. This will probably be our last tornado warning unless we see any more circulations develop. Do want to check around just to see if we see anything. Not seeing anything there. Up to the north, could still get some surprises maybe. No, not seeing any rotations up there either. We do have another line of storms about to move into the Washington area. Into Annandale and then Washington. But yeah, right after that plane flew over my elementary school, 30 minutes later, my parents checked me out of school. And we did. Did I hear it hit the building? No, I don't recall that. No. I didn't really understand what happened until I forget where we went, but we definitely went to my mom's house. Because I remember like all of our family there. So I think we dipped to Tennessee. And yeah, we were watching watching TV, and I think the trade towers had just fallen. And it was like right around that time where I kind of got a little bit suspicious, but I still never connected. It took me like years, before I really connected the dots. Like, oh wait, that plane that flew over my school right before I got checked out of school was actually the one that hit the Pentagon. And then me and my dad put the flight map, because it could have been another plane, right? So we put the flight map on a map and then tracked it where it went, and it did fly directly over, which is crazy. That was a crazy day. I lived near Annandale, Virginia, when I was out here. We had like a little jingle. It was 491 or 4915 King Richard Driveway, Annandale, Virginia 22003. All right, latest scan here on this. Wait, no, this one expired, right? Yeah, never mind. I don't know why I keep. I wish they would have just removed these on Weatherwise when they expired them. You live in 22003? No, you live in 22033. Okay. I lived in 22003. Remember the mall out there was crazy with the skate park, Potomac Mills Mall? Is the Potomac Mills Mall still a thing? Just wondering. If so, that thing is like 20 years old, I think, at this point. I'd be surprised if the Potomac Mills Mall was still a thing. Any update on Northeast Maryland? Yeah, Northeast Maryland. There is still some storms coming your way. Like if you live over here in like Bel Air, Edgewood, Elkton. Jeez, there's a fly. Dang it, Chaz. You let another fly in. Are you kidding me? It's a Costco? No. That skate park was awesome. Oh, man. I did my first 720 on rollerblades in that skate park. That was the first time I ever dropped in on a half pipe. That's sad. Freaking Costco taking over everything. I need to put the skate park back. Vans was the best place. Such a loss. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, only the Virginia warning right now. Yeah, this is the only tornado warning. These two have been allowed to expire. I'll just keep those X's on there for now. People know. But I mean, the best way to look at it is from Radar Omega, as they allow they're letting it expire, which means technically, which is why WeatherWise keeps the warnings up, because technically it hasn't expired. They're just letting it expire, right? But, it always expires when they let it expire. So technically, you can take them off early. And that's what Radar Omega does. So you can see here a little bit of an easier understanding that, okay, we only have one more tornado warning on a storm. That's probably going to lose that warning here very shortly. And there you go. Finally, it also shows up on WeatherWise as well. Baltimore live cam, bridge cam looks pretty dark. Let me search that. We'll see if we can use it. If it's part of the city, we should be able to. I think that's right. As a relative novice, I do enjoy the free version of WeatherWise. Yeah, the free version of WeatherWise is nice. They do definitely need to add a lot of stuff, though, to have it compete with other apps. But, it's well put together, and they have a bright future ahead of them if they keep on updating like they have been. I'm hoping we get a big update soon because, we have hurricane season, down the way. And I really feel like if they don't have models or like animated satellite by then, that's going to be kind of a letdown. Man. Oh, hold on. Let me go outside really quick. The smoke is here and I want to see if I can see it. That's crazy that that's coming from Canada. That is wild. I literally see it outside. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, almost all of Missouri, now completely over Illinois. Indiana starting to show up here in Tennessee, northern Alabama. I mean, it's crazy. Those are massive fires. It's honestly a little bit frightening. Like it's getting into frightening territory. Like, look at that. Almost all of Canada is blanketed in smoke. Like that is a huge fire or a huge cluster of fires. This is crazy. And it's so early too. I've never seen it like this. I've been watching these fires for a long time. This is bad. This is going to have effects. Wow. Yeah, be careful up there. You know, where the smoke is thicker, I would wear a mask, especially if you're older. Again, premature deaths happen all the time, even from smoke from afar away. Man, look at these pyrocumulus clouds still popping up on satellite. This is nuts. Wow. It's honestly mind-blowing. Look, when you zoom out, it really gives you the true scale of just how big this smoke cloud is. It even goes up into the Arctic a little bit there. And that's the Earth there. And then there's the smoke cloud. Yeah, you got the Sierra dust too coming in from here, but it hasn't quite made it into the southeast yet. That's crazy. There's smoke in northern Alabama that came from Canada. I cannot believe that. Again. All right, look at that, folks. All of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. I am going to hop off. Might come back on if something else pops up that's a little bit, concerning, but I'm still a little bit burnt out. But, hey, we were able to do 5 hours today. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Huge shout out to everybody that donated. Again, you guys continue to keep this channel funded, and I really do appreciate that. We're going to raid, so stay tuned. We're going to raid PA Storm Trackers. He was our storm chaser for today, and he's still chasing these, or he's still near these storms. Even if you don't want to hang around, what I want you guys to do is at least show him some support. They helped us get some really cool views of the storms there. Just go over there, say hello, say thank you. Yeah. Wait, why can't I find them? There they are. Yeah. Say hello, say thank you, give them a like, give them a subscribe. But yeah. Huge shout out to the mods. Again, keeping the chat awesome when things get a little bit busy. And I don't think we had a confirmed tornado. We'll see. We might have gotten a couple of brief ones. You can't ever rule that out. Sometimes little brief ones happen, even though you don't really see a whole lot happening. But I mean, we did get one tornado, like not in Virginia, but we did get one in South Carolina, believe it or not. But all right, folks, thank you all for tuning in. Again, if you live out here, there's still a chance for tornadoes. It's not technically impossible, but again, we just had all those tornado warnings and we didn't see anything. Something's going to have to change before this environment starts producing tornadoes. But yeah, thank you so much. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your day, and say hello to PA Storm Trackers. Peace. Did it not end? Really?